Bueno, la CIM tiene una agenda enorme en el tema de democracia y de liderazgos. El primer ámbito tiene que ver con la gobernanza electoral, para que esta gobernanza electoral responda a las necesidades con las que fue creada, y es buscar los espacios de redistribución del poder. Después hay un programa interamericano sobre el liderazgo de las mujeres, donde generamos conocimiento y también tenemos cursos de capacitación. Hay un poderoso curso que ha llegado a más de 1000 mujeres con más de 15 ediciones, que es para candidatas electorales, en las cuales conversamos con ellas, pero también nos ponemos en una agenda de solidaridad y articulación y alianzas entre las mujeres, a pesar de las múltiples diferencias ideológicas o de partidos políticos. También hablamos de los temas de violencia política, porque no es lo mismo llegar que quedarse, y la violencia política es una forma de ejercicio de disciplinar a las mujeres para que vuelvan al mundo de lo privado y enfrentar la violencia, hacer buenas investigaciones, buenas leyes que permitan sancionar la violencia política. Es parte de las aspiraciones de la CIM en este programa de liderazgo de las mujeres. La aspiración histórica de las mujeres es estar en el mundo de lo público, que nuestro trabajo sea remunerado y que tenga un reconocimiento. COVID ha puesto en evidencia una profundización de las brechas existentes para el logro de este objetivo. Estas brechas existentes ahora dan cuenta de que podríamos tener un rezago de más de 2 décadas en el mundo laboral, que el cierre de brechas que se previó que podía tardar 100 años en cerrarse, ahora se habla de 135 años para cerrar la brecha entre los hombres y las mujeres. Entonces, nuestro objetivo es que miren el derecho de las mujeres al empoderamiento económico, que el statement "quédate en casa", que es un viejo conocido del patriarcado, no sea que nos quedemos en casa siempre, y que entendamos que la inserción de la mitad de la población, de este talento humano que tiene una serie de ventajas competitivas, es necesario para el crecimiento económico. De manera que la CIM está colocando esta realidad, está colocando las necesidades de las mujeres y está haciendo unas recomendaciones de rutas para poder cumplir con el derecho al empoderamiento económico y con el crecimiento económico que requieren nuestras empobrecidas economías en tiempos de COVID.
Esta organización es el guardián regional en defensa de la democracia, la libertad y los derechos humanos. Los países se han comprometido con estos valores a través de instrumentos legales como la Carta Democrática Interamericana, la Convención Americana de Derechos Humanos y todas las demás convenciones interamericanas. Nuestro trabajo es mantener los más altos estándares. Debemos ser objetivos, analizar los hechos, denunciar cuando veamos corrupción, inequidad o amenazas a la libertad. En esos casos, no podemos ser neutrales.
more than 100 years since the inauguration of this building, the OAS headquarters, our institution still brings together the peoples of the Americas to address our responsibilities as a partnership of nations. As we look to the future, our work must also focus on the construction of a positive agenda that continues to favorably impact millions of lives every day.
The COVID-19 pandemic brought unprecedented challenges to our member states and the people we serve. In response, the OAS Secretariat for Integral Development adopted a three-pronged approach by 1. Adjusting our portfolio of existing projects, 2. Exploring new projects to meet emerging needs, and 3. Expanding multi-sectoral partnerships. The results achieved in 2020 demonstrate the resilience of our member states and the commitment of the OAS SETI to work with member states and partners towards our common goals in the development of our region. Our Network on Competitiveness launched the COVID-19 Ideas Accelerator, sharing 250 tools, health solutions, responses, and recovery plans. The Network for Labor Administration published a portfolio of responses from ministries of labor to COVID-19, sharing over 420 measures taken to protect workers, employment, and income. Likewise, the Inter-American Teacher Education Network series, Teaching STEM in Quarantine, provided 117,000 teachers with key tools to continue advancing STEM education during the pandemic. Through its network and platforms, the Inter-American Committee on Ports promoted international and national best practices, guidelines, protocols, and recommendations on COVID-19 safety measures and continuity of logistic operations. Initiatives such as the Education in Times of Change platform allowed us to meet urgent needs by offering timely tools on virtual education and a dedicated space for ministries to share strategies, actions, and solutions. Other programs such as the Row Fund stepped up, providing emergency grants to offset the challenges imposed on our students by the pandemic. SETI's partnerships are adding value to member states in the form of technical assistance, training, and access to tools and services. In partnership with leading private sector institutions, we offered micro, small, and medium enterprises access to online tools and training, increasing their visibility and participation in e-commerce, a key to their survival and growth in the pandemic and post-pandemic era. A new OAS SETI Facebook initiative provided 85,000 MSMEs across the region with capacity building opportunities and WhatsApp business tools to aid response, recovery, and resilience building. The Caribbean Small Business Development Centers program achieved real impact, supporting new businesses, expanding sales, and driving growth. A new network of Caribbean SPDCs will broaden the program's reach. The Inter-American Committee on Tourism, the CTOUR, convened ministerial-level policy dialogue in an urgent response to the impact of the pandemic on the hard-hit tourism and hospitality sectors. Policymakers and experts discussed biosanitary protocols, travel and visa facilitation, among other critical areas for the sector's recovery. Partnering with the George Washington University and the U.S. Bureau of Indian Affairs, we went ahead with the scheduled first Indigenous Tourism Forum of the Americas, pivoting to a virtual format and convening over 240 participants from indigenous communities, the private sector, and governments. SETI also integrated sustainable development practices in the COVID-19 response. The pandemic is a daily reminder of the links between water, health, sanitation, food security, and nutrition. We ensured the continuity of our water management projects in the Plata Basin and worked with governments and partners in the design of an investment portfolio valued at $90 million. Additionally, the Energy and Climate Partnership of the Americas continued to share relevant best practices and responses to the pandemic on energy and air quality. These few examples indicate our collective impact. We cannot do this alone. It is now more urgent than ever to address the region's structural weaknesses, to recover from the health, economic, and social crises occasioned by the pandemic and prepare for future shocks. It is imperative that we work together as we risk losing recent development gains and seeing millions fall back into poverty. It is time for the region to redirect course and pursue a more sustainable, resilient, and equitable future for all. We are in this together.
But the resilience building agenda is too big for any one stakeholder to address acting alone, and simply bringing together stakeholders, whether at the national, subnational, regional, or global level, is not enough. Effective, focused, and sustained coordination among stakeholders is paramount to provide countries with integrated and comprehensive support.
The OAS, as a hemispheric forum and honest broker, must continue to facilitate this process while we work with member states towards the attainment of the 2030 Sustainable Development Agenda. Cooperation, collaboration, and partnerships that include all actors strengthen us, enabling us to be more than the sum of our parts. We can and we must work together. The future of our region depends on it.
Bueno, la CIM tiene una agenda enorme en el tema de democracia y de liderazgos. El primer ámbito tiene que ver con la gobernanza electoral, para que esta gobernanza electoral responda a las necesidades con las que fue creada, y es buscar los espacios de redistribución del poder. Después hay un programa interamericano sobre el liderazgo de las mujeres, donde generamos conocimiento y también tenemos cursos de capacitación. Hay un poderoso curso que ha llegado a más de 1000 mujeres con más de 15 ediciones, que es para candidatas electorales, en las cuales conversamos con ellas, pero también nos ponemos en una agenda de solidaridad y articulación y alianzas entre las mujeres, a pesar de las múltiples diferencias ideológicas o de partidos políticos. También hablamos de los temas de violencia política, porque no es lo mismo llegar que quedarse, y la violencia política es una forma de ejercicio de disciplinar a las mujeres para que vuelvan al mundo de lo privado y enfrentar la violencia, hacer buenas investigaciones, buenas leyes que permitan sancionar la violencia política. Es parte de las aspiraciones de la CIM en este programa de liderazgo de las mujeres. La aspiración histórica de las mujeres es estar en el mundo del público, que nuestro trabajo sea remunerado y que tenga un reconocimiento. COVID ha puesto en evidencia una profundización de las brechas existentes para el logro de este objetivo. Estas brechas existentes ahora dan cuenta de que podríamos tener un rezago de más de 2 décadas en el mundo laboral, que el cierre de brechas que se previó que podía tardar 100 años en cerrarse, ahora se habla de 135 años para cerrar la brecha entre los hombres y las mujeres. Entonces nuestro objetivo es que miren el derecho de las mujeres al empoderamiento económico, que el statement "quédate en casa", que es un viejo conocido del patriarcado, no sea que nos quedemos en casa siempre, y que entendamos que la inserción de la mitad de la población, de este talento humano que tiene una serie de ventajas competitivas, es necesario para el crecimiento económico. De manera que la CIM está colocando esta realidad, está colocando las necesidades de las mujeres y está haciendo unas recomendaciones gratuitas para poder cumplir con el derecho al empoderamiento económico y con el crecimiento económico que requieren nuestras empobrecidas economías en tiempos de COVID.
Hoy, esta organización es el guardián regional en defensa de la democracia, la libertad y los derechos humanos. Los países se han comprometido con estos valores a través de instrumentos legales como la Carta Democrática Interamericana, la Convención Americana de Derechos Humanos y todas las demás convenciones interamericanas. Nuestro trabajo es mantener los más altos estándares. Debemos ser objetivos, analizar los hechos, denunciar cuando veamos corrupción, inequidad o amenazas a la libertad. En esos casos no podemos ser neutrales.
more than 100 years since the inauguration of this building, the OAS headquarters, our institution still brings together the peoples of the Americas to address our responsibilities as a partnership of nations. As we look to the future, our work must also focus on the construction of a positive agenda that continues to favorably impact millions of lives every day.
We're going to start. If you can take your seat, please. Your Excellency, Mr. Smith Agustin, President Consular of the Republic of Haiti. Mr. Patrick Pellissier, Minister of Public Security and Justice of Haiti. Mr. Jean-Michel Moïse, Minister of Defense of Haiti. His Excellency Luis Almagro, Secretary General of the Organization of American States. Mrs. Barbara Feinstein, Deputy Assistant Secretary, Bureau of Western Hemisphere Affairs, U.S. Department of State. Distinguished permanent representatives and alternate representative of the OAS, member states. Distinguished permanent observers to the OAS. Distinguished panelists and invited guests. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning and welcome to the symposium Finding Urgent Solution for the Haiti Security Crisis, organized by the Permanent Mission of Haiti to the Organization of American States and the Secretariat for Multidimensional Security of the OAS General Secretariat. It is an honor to invite His Excellency, Mr. Smith Agustin, President Consular of Haiti, to deliver his opening remarks.
Monsieur le Secrétaire Général,
Mr. Secretary General, Mr. Assistant Secretary General, President of the Permanent Council, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, permanent representatives and observers, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of the Transitional Presidential Council, allow me to renew the gratitude of the Haitian people to the outgoing Secretary General, His Excellency Luis Almagro, for his continued support to Haiti during his 2 terms, and to congratulate the elected Secretary General, His Excellency Albert Ramdin, as well as the new Assistant Secretary General, first woman elected to this position, Ms. Laura Hill. I wish to assure both of them of Haiti's strong cooperation throughout their term, which will undoubtedly be marked by the strengthening of ties between OAS and Haiti. I also extend my sincere thanks to the Secretary General Almagro, who favorably responded to Haiti's request to organize this symposium on the security and judicial situation in Haiti. During our recent meeting last April, we agreed that to resolve the crisis, we must first begin by better understanding it and transforming the narrative surrounding it both nationally and internationally. First, I'd like to commend the outstanding work of the Secretariat for Multidimensional Security and the dedication of its staff, whose commitment greatly contributed to organizing this symposium. I'd like also to thank all the OAS members and observer states for their continued attention to Haiti's socio-political situation. My gratitude also goes to all the organizers and speakers. Since the creation of the OAS, Haiti has always been able to rely on the inter-American solidarity in its efforts to build the rule of law, promote peace, and protect democracy. This symposium is a testimony of that long-standing, courageous, and supportive friendship. Ladies and gentlemen, beyond the ceremonial elegance of this event, we are gathered here to focus our attention on a situation of extreme emergency. The emergency to respond to a security crisis in Haiti that has crossed the line of the unacceptable. An urgency to assist part of humanity that is in peril in Haiti. Urgency not to look away from the distress while lives are shattered daily by deadly gang violence. Over 1 million people have been displaced. State authority is undermined and democracy is at risk. As I speak, armed gangs control nearly 85% of the metropolitan area of Port-au-Prince, a significant portion of the Artibonite department, and several municipalities in the central department. It's urgent to support Haiti in its sovereign fight to recover territories under criminal gang control. These criminals destroy lives and property, kill hope, and turn the dreams of youth into nightmares, while robbing the elderly of their well-earned peace. Ladies and gentlemen, the line has already been crossed. We must act swiftly and effectively. Under the leadership of the Transitional Presidential Council, Haiti has reinforced its security strategy, has adopted a clear roadmap backed by a substantial increase in funding for public security institutions. The resources now support security personnel training, infrastructure expansion, and modernization of equipment. We expect visible results in the coming days. The current government categorically refuses any collusion with criminals. However, full public trust in leadership will only be restored when we establish a truly equal and non-violent society. Haiti's system of social oppression, in place since the formation of the original state, has created monsters so deeply broken that they are capable of burning innocent babies alive, raping defenseless young girls, setting fire to hospitals, schools, and libraries, or turning desperate children into killers under the influence of drugs. To treat human beings in such a way, individual criminal instinct alone are not enough. It required traditional elites to create a fragmented society at the expense of the majority, a society that offers nothing but existential negation to most of its people. We must admit that a country will not recover without first designing and implementing a bold and comprehensive security policy, one that not only combats gangs but also restores the Haitian people's right to equality and political self-determination. We must restore dignity and citizenship to the majority and guarantee everyone the inalienable right to live happily in their own country. The duty of Haitian leadership is first of all to be accountable to the people's needs. In other words, we cannot resolve insecurity without a bold break from the traditional Haitian society, a system rooted in colonial discrimination, exploitation, and without building a new state created by elites who genuinely care for and stand for solidarity with the people. We must also take seriously the transnational dimension of the crisis. Let's be clear, Haiti produces neither arms nor ammunition. Yet, hundreds of thousands of firearms circulate freely, fueling crime, corruption, and undermining efforts to restore public order. On the other hand, we often talk about the security that Haiti poses to the region. We must also recognize how unresolved issues in other countries contribute to and worsen Haiti's insecurity. Haiti is not the source of many of transnational crimes that plague the region, such as illicit trafficking in weapons, drugs, and human beings. Highlighting this transnational dimension helps dismantle the harmful stereotype that casts Haiti as a regional problem. No country is a problem in itself or for its region. Two key lessons can be drawn from the dynamics. First, the weakest countries suffer the most from it. Just look at the devastating effects of illicit trafficking in many Caribbean nations. Second, the solution requires international cooperation and solidarity. Since the more countries are affected by these networks, the harder it becomes for any one country to resolve the crisis alone. In short, we must renew a sincere commitment of solidarity, especially towards suffering nations in our region like Haiti. We have to keep our promises and understand that helping build peace in the Americas also strengthen peace at home. In Haiti, the Transitional Presidential Council will continue its efforts to restore security, institutional legitimacy, restore the national economy, and lead the country to free and credible election. The task is huge, but it is achievable, and we are counting on regional and international solidarity, as there is a shared inter-American responsibility to support and Haiti. Finally, with this symposium, every success, may it bring us closer together in our search for peace through fraternal solidarity. Let us remain among those who believe that people can weave lasting bonds of friendship. This is a dream we all share, rooted in the struggles for the liberation of oppressed people in the Americas and more recently, since the founding of the organization in 1948. Today's discussion started, and they will continue with Secretary General Remdin during upcoming meetings, particularly the 55th OAS General Assembly in June. These initiatives must lead, I'm confident they will, to sustainable, concrete, and transformative commitment. Good work. Merci en pile. Thank you.
Thank you, Excellency. It is my honor now to invite His Excellency Luis Almagro, Secretary General of the Organization of American States, to deliver his opening remarks.
Thank you. It is an honor to welcome you to the Hall of the Americas for this important symposium, which brings us together with a shared purpose to find concrete, coordinated solutions to the security crisis that continue to severely affect the people of Haiti. I would like to extend special welcome to the Haitian authorities joining us today, in particular His Excellency Smith Augustin, President of the Transitional Presidential Council, Mr. Patrick Pellissier, Minister of Public Security and Justice of Haiti, and Mr. Jean-Michel Moïse, Minister of Defense of Haiti, and thank them for their presence and their commitment to restoring institutional governance in Haiti. The Organization of American States has stood and will continue to stand by the Haitian people since independence. Haiti has held a unique place in the history and identity of this hemisphere. And since the foundation of the OAS, we have recognized this role and walked alongside Haiti in its democratic and institutional journey. Today, however, we face a challenge that surpasses the usual difficulties: the expansion of gang violence, the breakdown of public institutions in critical areas, the non-renewal of the democratic institutions, the worsening of humanitarian emergency, the limitation of judicial authority, and the massive displacement of citizens together. This forms an unprecedented
multidimensional crisis. This is not just a matter of security, it is a challenge that strikes at the very core of the region and very core of the democratic life in Haiti. The OAS has not stood still. I would like to take this opportunity to give a very heartfelt recognition to my special representative in Haiti and all his team in Port-au-Prince, more than 30 individuals from 11 different countries that are implementing concrete actions for the benefit of Haiti. Their commitment in rehabilitating 30 police stations, providing more than 5,000 items to the Haitian National Police, non-lethal protective equipment, the continuing training of the community police, the setting up of specialized tactical unit training center in the north of the country, and strengthening Haiti anti-narcotics and financial investigation capacities of the judicial police are to be commended and praised. We will work always with the national authorities via our national office and through the Secretariat for Multidimensional Security on new initiatives supporting the mission and establishing a forward operating basis on the digitalization of the judicial police to help prosecute criminals and continue training the special forces and concrete actions that the OAS will carry on the months and years ahead. Definitely the structure of there is a need for a new structure of the mission. There is a need for a new functioning of the mission. The way that the mission has been structured definitely shows that the complete understanding of the problem has not been there, and the solution, it's not enough for the solution that the country needs. The OAS is also advancing towards the adoption of new mechanisms to protect an integrated strategy that supports national institutions, aligns with the mandates of the international community, and offers a coordinated response to the deepening crisis. This program, which will be later presented in the panel, reflects our commitment to stability, sovereignty, and long-term resilience in Haiti. We fully recognize that no solution will be sustainable without clear Haitian leadership, legitimate and democratic institution, and consistent international engagement. But we have to understand that this is a regional problem facing criminal gangs, organized crime, drug trafficking, arms trafficking. Those are regional problems that affect especially Haiti because of its institutional conditions. But it's the work of everybody, and we need the support of everybody in the region in order to get out of this hook of insecurity in the country. We fully recognize that no solution will be sustainable without clear Haitian leadership. So this is very, very important for the future of the mission. We must be clear, the challenges facing Haiti will not be resolved through symbolic gestures. They demand effective cooperation. They demand new additional financial resources, new additional human resources, new additional material resources. They need a strategic investment and a shared vision rooted in democratic values and human rights. The OAS is ready to continue playing its role. And we need everybody here in this room to be effective in our role. Definitely to show everybody here in this room that Haiti is not alone, that we will be there with Haitian people that need where they need us to be. That has been and remains our conviction. I wish you a productive and impactful discussion, but I wish you that we can open ways to action, for real action from here. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Secretary General Almagro. We will now proceed to the panel discussion. The distinguished panelists are invited to the head table.
Your Excellency, Mr. Smith Augustin, President Consular of the Republic of Haiti, Mr. Patrick Pellissier, Minister of Public Security and Justice of Haiti, Mr. Jean-Michel Moïse, Minister of Defense of Haiti, Mrs. Barbara Feinstein, Deputy Assistant Secretary for Caribbean Affairs and Haiti of the U.S. Department of State's Bureau of Western Hemisphere Affairs, distinguished permanent representatives and alternate representatives of the OAS member states, distinguished permanent observers of the OAS, distinguished panelists, invited guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning and welcome to the panel on transnational organized crime and its impact on security and justice in Haiti. I am Michael Bejos, Senior Officer at the Department Against Transnational Organized Crime of the OAS, and I have the honor of being the moderator of today's panel discussion. This panel discussion is scheduled to conclude at 11:30 a.m. and seeks to foster dialogue between Haitian authorities, international actors, and the OAS on the challenges posed by transnational organized crime. It aims to examine the current security and justice challenges, assess their impacts, identify strategies for a response, and explore mechanisms to address the ongoing security situation in the country. To this end, each of our distinguished panelists will deliver a brief presentation, up to 10 minutes, on their respective areas of expertise to help us better understand the security situation in Haiti. After the panelists have presented, and if time permits, we will have a round of questions, and I will ask questions of each panelist in sequence. If there is time, we will ask a second round of questions. So without further ado, let us proceed to the presentations by our distinguished panelists. It is my privilege to introduce our first panelist who will lead today's discussion, Mr. Patrick Pellissier, Minister of Public Security and Justice of Haiti. Minister Pellissier holds a law degree from the State University of Haiti, as well as a master's degree in international relations and European human rights law from the University of Nantes in France. He further specialized in economic, social, and cultural rights at the Henri Dunant University College in Geneva, and trained as a magistrate at the Bordeaux School of Magistracy. His academic career also includes doctoral research on human rights at the University of Toulouse. Minister Pellissier has served as a judge at the Peace Court in Maragua in southwestern Haiti, and as a human rights trainer at the School of Magistracy. He also teaches at the Bar of Port-au-Prince and works as a legal consultant and advisor. Minister Pellissier, you have the floor.
Merci, Monsieur.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. First of all, let me greet each and every one of the participants today representing the member states to the OAS. Mr. the President Advisor, dear colleagues, first of all, let me say that it is a true honor for me today to speak before you to describe briefly the security situation that we have in Haiti. Let me also speak about its impact on the functioning of our legal institutions and the state of law in general in Haiti. First of all, let me go back to 2004, when we had a crisis that threw our country in a situation of generalized instability. The UN Security Council, acting under Chapter 7, sent a mission for peace, a peacekeeping mission that stayed until 2017. During this mission, Haiti only had 2 areas of non-rights, the so-called red areas. In 2020, only 3 years later, Haiti was faced with its most serious security situation in its history. More than 60 armed gangs have been created, amongst which many coalitions. In 2024, the gangs started building themselves into one large federation called Vivre Ensemble. And every day, these gangs are gaining more territory. They also have a more sophisticated modus operandi. These gangs are present in the department of the Center, the department of Artibonite, the department of the West, and they actually occupy more than 80% of the metropolitan area. The gangs have also become more autonomous. They were first created and financed. Then, depending on their activities, they have started to become independent and autonomous. They have, however, links with other criminal operation groups outside of the country. Their modus operandi is mostly traffic in arms, in drugs, in organs, but they also commit murders. They rape women, they loot, and they kidnap people. They do so regularly. If we look at the statistics about criminality in Haiti since January 2025, we see that 947 people have been killed in the civilian population. This is what we see in a war area. 231 people were wounded, police members were killed. We are nearing 1 million displaced people inside the country, and 75% of the police and legal infrastructure, which means 50 police stations and also police offices, were destroyed, and they are now controlled by the gangs. All of the jails in the metropolitan area have also been destroyed by the gangs. What is the consequence on the legal branch? Since 2018, we haven't seen any trial in the West, Department of the West, for those crimes, because the Port-au-Prince court, the first instance court, is now in the territory that is occupied by the gangs. As a consequence, this worsens the extended detention, which has always been a weak spot for the Haitian justice system. Today, we have about 8,000 people that are detained. And because several jails and detention centers were destroyed, these thousands of people, 8,000 people, are to have 32 square centimeters each person. We also have a rehabilitation center for children that has become a large complex where you can find all sorts of detainees. The jail for women has been destroyed, and women have been transferred to this new structure. We also have men detained in this structure, and we do not have now the possibility to have this rehabilitation services for children because the building is now used for detainees. We also have a growing concern about HIV/AIDS. About 2,000 people in detention centers have been identified as having HIV/AIDS, and about 500 of them do not have access to treatment because the roads are blocked. Also, food and supplies is not getting to those jails because of the gangs are controlling the roads. However, the government is carrying out efforts with a decree, with the creation of 2 hubs. One hub will be tasked with judging the systematic violation of human rights and also sexual violences linked to those violations. The second hub will be set up to judge financial crimes. The Council of Ministers has also created the National Agency for Security. It is an intelligence agency. The new constitution is ready for the referendum that will have to take place this year. So we are working hard to organize elections. I remind you that the last elections were held in Haiti in 2015. It is imperative that new elected authorities be installed by 2026. Today, Haiti needs the support of its friends, particularly its friends within the region. It is important that other means be mobilized to counter this security situation. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Minister, for that very informative presentation. I am now pleased to offer the floor to our second panelist, Mr. Jean-Michel Moïse, Minister of Defense of Haiti. Minister Moïse is a former deputy in Haiti's 50th legislature, representing the Bombardopolis Baydéen constituency in the Northwest Department. During his time as deputy, he served as spokesperson for the Parliamentary Alliance for Haiti, the majority bloc in the Chamber of Deputies. Following his tenure in Parliament from 2016 to 2020, Mr. Moïse became a founding member of the Résistance Démocratique platform. He is also the owner of Moïse Service de Forage, a company specializing in drilling artesian wells. Minister Moïse, you have the floor, sir.
Thank you very much. Excellency Smith-Augustin, Conseiller Président de la République d'Haïti, Monsieur le Secrétaire.
Mr. Secretary General of the OAS, Luis Almagro, Mr. Pellissier, Madame Myrta Desulmé, ladies and gentlemen, observators, ladies and gentlemen,
and welcoming us to this important and historic place. We are here to speak frankly and directly about a matter of urgent and grave concern to all of us. The acute security crisis in Haiti, a country that has lasted too long. It is with a deep sense of sadness, urgency, and gravity that I'm speaking before you today to outline the alarming security situation currently prevailing in Haiti, a sad reality that no one in the international community should ignore. For several years now, Haiti has been facing an unprecedented threat, a threat that goes beyond the simple framework of organized crimes. It is an existential threat to all Haitians and to all of those who live in Haiti, carried out by heavily armed, well-organized, well-financed criminal gangs supported by local and foreign actors. We seek to undermine the authority of the state, fragment our territory, and spread terror among our fellow citizens. Indeed, armed gangs control vast territories in the country, creating a climate of terror within our communities, paralyzing our public and private institutions, engaging in violent kidnappings, rape, extrajudicial killings, and other grave criminal acts, which systematically endanger the lives of our fellow citizens and along with the political and economic stability of the country. This security situation is not solely the result of local dynamics. It is fueled by international networks of arms, ammunition, and drug traffickers who infiltrate our territory, particularly through land border with the Dominican Republic and through our vulnerable southern coastlines. Malicious individuals from outside the country, as inside of the country as well, are taking advantage of the chaotic situation and using Haitian gangs as the arm wing to control territories, to terrorize the population, and move the illicit goods. The involvement of transnational actors has made the crisis not only a matter of internal security and national sovereignty issue, but also a matter of regional and international security threat to all. In other words, this crisis is not just a Haitian one. Haiti's instability threatens the entire region because arms and drug trafficking know no borders. Like the firearms, the drugs are not originated from Haiti, nor are they consumed by Haitians locally. They just transit through Haiti. One of the consequences of the security crisis is a migration one that affects the Caribbean, South America, and of course, North America. To sum up, Haiti is on the brink of being fully controlled by criminal gangs, and we cannot allow that to happen. We desperately need the help of the international community to restore public order, safety, and to promote stable political environment immediately, because that has gone for so long and too long. It is well established that the weapons used by Haitian gangs come from abroad. We don't produce weapons in Haiti, more specifically from the following countries: the United States. Semi-automatic and automatic weapons are smuggled into the country through containers and through the Dominican Republic. With the Dominican Republic, we have a porous border. Corruption and smuggling facilitate the illegal entry of weapons and ammunition to kill our people. Colombia, by their own admission and by the admission of the Colombian government, Colombia is the major source of cocaine transiting through Haiti. Drug trafficking finances gang activities, human trafficking. Criminal networks use Haiti as a transit point or recruitment ground for vulnerable victims, for human and organ trafficking. This criminal economy fuels a local war machine with direct regional implications and consequences. The Haitian armed forces, despite their embryonic state, their limited resources, and low number of service members, are standing strong. They are strengthening, reorganizing, and confronting this climate of violence every day with determination and a sense of ultimate sacrifice. We have launched several concrete initiatives in the fight against banditry. Our soldiers protect at the peril of their lives, critical government facilities such as the central bank, the international airport, customs, port, and telecommunication infrastructure. Despite our limited financial resources, we have invested in armored vehicles, set up new operational bases, and strengthened our response capabilities. We are planning the construction of new military bases in strategic areas to better cover the national territory. Our soldiers have been sent to France, to Mexico, to receive high-level training in intelligence, urban combat, and humanitarian relief. And I want to thank Taiwan that has been very instrumental in weapon acquisition. They have supplied us with much needed weapons and ammo, of course with the help of the United States as well. As you know, the Haitian armed forces were disbanded, dissolved in 1994, and it has been challenging to reestablish the armed forces, and because of the vacuum created by the absence of the armed forces, and we are where we are today. The United States has come a long way as a partner in understanding the necessity of building capable military forces to protect the entire Haitian territory. And we are very grateful for that. We appreciate the understanding. We are thankful to all the countries that have so far stepped up to assist us in this situation. We are particularly grateful to Mexico for, among other things, accepting to train 700 plus new recruits for us in groups of 150. We are very grateful to Mexico for that. And this is the kind of things we really would like state members to help us with to strengthen our military. This effort, while being courageous and appreciated, remain insufficient without structural or more significant support. We have a lot of challenges to succumb. This is so because the existing threats we face today exceed our current capabilities as a people, as a military force, and the police to quell all alone. As a result, we are calling for solidarity and assistance from the international community or partners for more specific and urgent needs that we have. For example, supporting for the training of new soldiers and officers in order to secure the national territory, land and sea borders. The construction of modern military bases, naval, air, and land stations. Basic military training centers to ensure a steady supply of well-prepared soldiers and officers. Appropriate military equipment, including drones, planes, helicopters, boats, to secure effectively to surveil our land and sea borders, which drug traffickers are using to infiltrate our territory. Logistical support to secure our coasts, which are currently used by traffickers, as I said, to support illegal armed gangs. We need regional cooperation to control our borders, particularly with the Dominican Republic, in order to stem the illegal entry of weapons, ammunition, and other illegal contraband. Strengthening our maritime control capacity to intercept suspicious vessels involved in criminal activities. Haiti's national sovereignty cannot be restored without a genuine collective effort, both nationally and internationally. As I previously said, this is not only a matter of Haiti's security, but the security of an entire region, because the stability of one state can quickly spread to its neighbors. Haiti cannot face and resolve this crisis alone. we are the first to admit it. We need your help. We need your expertise. We need equipment. We need your commitment. We really need your help. Haiti is in a very difficult situation. We need our partners in the international community, notably member states of the OAS. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Minister Moise, for that excellent presentation. I am now pleased to introduce our next distinguished panelist. Mrs. Barbara Feinstein is a career member of the Senior Executive Service and currently serves as Deputy Assistant Secretary for Caribbean Affairs and Haiti at the Bureau of Western Hemisphere Affairs of the U.S. Department of State. Prior to her current role, she held various senior leadership positions at the U.S. Agency for International Development, USAID, including Deputy Assistant Administrator for Caribbean Affairs, Haiti, Cuba, Mexico, and Central America. Mrs. Feinstein has worked with both the U.S. Departments of State and Defense. She has also served on the professional staff of the House Appropriations Subcommittee on State and Foreign Operations and the House International Relations Committee of the U.S. Congress. She holds a master's degree in international relations and public affairs from Princeton University and a Bachelor of Arts in Latin American Studies, Spanish and Portuguese from the University of California, Berkeley. Deputy Assistant Secretary Feinstein, it is a pleasure to have you here with us today. You have the floor.
Thank you very much. Bonjour, buenos dias, bon dia, good morning. It is an honor to join you all today to discuss ways in which we can work together to help address Haiti's urgent security crisis. I want to begin today by expressing my deep appreciation to Secretary General Luis Almagro for his leadership and unwavering commitment to hemispheric security and democratic governance. I also wish to thank the Haitian authorities present here for being here and beyond that for moving this issue to the top of the policy agenda and helping to confront what is, as fellow panelists have stated, an absolutely existential threat to their security and the livelihood of the region overall. This symposium comes at a critical time, bringing OAS member states together in advance of next month's General Assembly to discuss how we can work collectively to improve the security environment in Haiti. As Secretary Rubio has said, the United States believes the OAS has a critical role to play on Haiti, and much more can and should be done to advance this critical priority for our hemisphere. Indeed, there is an immediate opportunity for our region to bolster its support to bring security and stability to the people of Haiti, and that is through the UN-authorized multinational security support mission, which the OAS has endorsed. In fact, the MSS Mission Support Office is housed in the OAS F Street building, and so there are built-in opportunities for greater collaboration between the MSS mission and the OAS. While we recognize that more must be done to combat the vicious gangs on the ground, the United States strongly supports the MSS mission and commends Kenya for its leadership of this initiative, as well as Jamaica, Guatemala, El Salvador, the Bahamas, and Belize for their personnel deployments. We also want to recognize Canada, the second largest financial contributor to this mission, not only for its material contributions, but also for its intellectual leadership and partnership on this initiative. Finally, we also recognize the Dominican Republic for their support and international advocacy to ensure that this issue remains at the top of the policy agenda. And finally, let me also recognize Germany, the Republic of Korea, France, Spain, Italy, Turkey, and Singapore, all supportive partners or OAS observer states, for their contributions to the UN Trust Fund in support of the MSS. The security crisis in Haiti is the largest in our hemisphere, and the region must do much more to urgently support the MSS mission. I also want to recognize the incredible bravery and courage of the Haitian National Police, who are confronting the challenges of vicious gang violence each and every day, and of course of the armed forces of Haiti, as our colleague, the Minister of Defense, just articulated as well. Haiti, its people, and its security affect all of us. The United States urges all regional partners to immediately support the MSS mission through the deployment of mission personnel, in-kind contributions, and financial support. The United States remains deeply concerned about the escalating violence in Haiti, the growing influence of armed gangs, and the systemic erosion of institutions that form the backbone of governance and the rule of law. We are especially alarmed by the targeting of judicial officials and the dire humanitarian situation, including the displacement of over 1 million people. Taken in sum, Haiti's escalating security crisis poses a serious threat to the rule of law, democratic governance, and human rights, areas at the heart of the OAS Charter, the American Convention on Human Rights, and the Inter-American Democratic Charter, which guide this organization's core mission. Earlier this month, the Trump administration took decisive action by designating Vivre Ensemble and Grand Griffe, collectively representing some of Haiti's most vicious criminal groups, as foreign terrorist organizations and specially designated global terrorists. These groups are the primary source of instability in Haiti and are a threat to U.S. national security interests and to the collective security of our hemisphere. As our Deputy Secretary has made clear, this is a priority for the United States government, and we will take decisive action against those persons, including those in our own country, who are providing money, illegal weapons, drugs, or other forms of material support to the gangs now designated as terrorists. Terrorist designations are but one tool in our broader strategy to protect the United States, the American people, and our hemisphere by stopping the campaigns of violence and terror promoted by those vicious groups in the United States and internationally. We urge OAS members to facilitate direct cooperation with the United States on the investigation and prosecution of transnational crime, specifically to allow law enforcement information sharing with the United States. And to that end, I want to specifically acknowledge and thank the efforts of OAS SRSG Cristobal Dupuy for his leadership in this space. Earlier this week, the OAS convened law enforcement and justice operators in Miami to strengthen cooperation and information sharing to build stronger cases against those providing material support to foreign terrorist organizations. We also encourage the use of existing mechanisms at the OAS to enhance law enforcement and judicial cooperation. The Inter-American Convention Against Terrorism, which Haiti signed in 2002, provides a framework for collaboration on operational information and financial intelligence sharing, customs control, and joint investigations. It is time we fully leverage the commitments of the Convention to prevent, punish, and eliminate terrorism. Finally, as we discuss the issue in Haiti, we cannot be blind to an issue that has been raised by, I believe, every panelist at this table, and that is the issue of corruption. Corruption erodes trust and the effectiveness of any security or governance strategy, including efforts to restore democratic order through free and fair elections. The United States condemns the actions of those who commit abuses of office, including illicit public enrichment, work with terrorist organizations, and those who participate in arms and ammunition trafficking. This permissiveness only continues to fuel gang violence and complicates the resolution of this dangerous situation. Haiti ratified the Inter-American Convention Against Corruption in 2002, signaling its commitment to regional standards for promoting transparency, accountability, and integrity in public administration. Considering the current security and institutional challenges, advancing the implementation of this convention continues to be key in ongoing efforts to strengthen governance, reinforce the rule of law, and uphold democratic principles which unite us all as OAS member states. The U.S. government continues to work closely with CARICOM, BNU, the Haitian government, the MSS mission, the Organization of American States, and the international community to drive progress forward. To that end, we encourage international stakeholders and donors to come to the table and contribute their fair share of mission personnel, in-kind contributions, and financial support. While we remain determined to assist the Haitian people achieve the peace, security, and prosperity that they deserve, the United States cannot continue shouldering such a significant financial burden. We stand in full support of Haitian-led and Haitian-owned solutions to the crisis, and the United States believes in the resilience of the Haitian people, and we respect their sovereignty. The OAS was founded on the principle that peace and justice must be preserved through solidarity, and the OAS is uniquely positioned not only as a forum for diplomacy, but as a vehicle for coordinated, concrete action. We must fully leverage the OAS's political will, legal tools, technical expertise, and cooperative mechanisms to confront the very real threat posed by transnational criminal actors and restore stability in Haiti. I thank you again for the opportunity to speak and look forward to our further discussion.
Thank you, Deputy Assistant Secretary Feinstein. I now present our third panelist, Mr. Jared Genser, OAS Special Advisor on the Responsibility to Protect. Mr. Genser is a renowned international human rights lawyer. He's also Managing Director of Perseus Strategies and a Senior Tech Fellow at Harvard University's Carr Ryan Center for Human Rights. He has done important work in freeing political prisoners and has served as counsel to 5 Nobel Peace Prize laureates. Mr. Genser has been a lecturer at Stanford University and an adjunct professor at Georgetown University, Penn, and Michigan law schools, where he has taught extensively on United Nations Security Council. He is the founder of Freedom Now, and his legal and academic work spans over 130 published op-eds and multiple books on human rights and international law. He holds degrees from Cornell, Harvard Kennedy School, and the University of Michigan Law School. Mr. Genser, I'm very pleased to offer you the floor.
Thanks so much, Your Excellencies. It's great to be with all of you here today and to speak on such an important issue. By way of some background, I was appointed by Secretary General Almagro in 2020 to serve as his pro bono special advisor on the responsibility to protect, to assist the OAS in improving its efforts to prevent and respond to atrocity crimes, including genocide, crimes against humanity, and war crimes, among others. And it's in this context that I would like to speak about Haiti today, and begin by emphasizing that I stand in solidarity with the government of Haiti and its people, asking the world to act urgently to not only ameliorate the suffering of the Haitian people, but to work with the government to enable it to restore control of its own territory, end the violence and the corruption, rebuild institutions, redeploy public services, and ultimately obtain justice and accountability for victims of the horrific crimes that have been committed. Indeed, in light of these enormous concerns, I'm working on a detailed report on the situation that I expect to publish in the next month or two at most, and my remarks here today will provide you a preview of this work. First, I'll provide some brief background on the responsibility to protect and the role of the OAS as a regional organization in its implementation. Then I'll summarize the key facts that inform my analysis and why I've concluded that what is happening in Haiti today constitutes crimes against humanity. And third and finally, I'll summarize my most important recommendations for key stakeholders around the world. By way of a little background on the Responsibility to Protect, or R2P, it was adopted by consensus by the UN General Assembly at the 2005 World Summit. It comprises 3 pillars. First, that every state has a responsibility to protect its population from the commission of atrocity crimes. Second, that the international community has the responsibility to encourage and to assist states in meeting this responsibility. And finally, that if a state is either committing mass atrocity crimes or is unwilling or unable to protect its own populations, then the international community must take appropriate collective action in a timely and decisive manner and in a way that is consistent with the requirements of the UN Charter. There's been much discussion already about the situation in Haiti today, but just briefly, some key points for purposes of an atrocity prevention analysis. 85% of Port-au-Prince is under gang control. There are 1 million Haitian internally displaced persons, with another 5.5 million in need of assistance. Between February and March of this year alone, more than 1,000 people were killed and some 400 injured, and 60,000 people fled their homes over an 8-week period of time due to gang violence. The gang violence has been present in recent years, but has reached a peak in the last few because of the gangs that joined forces under the Vivre Ensemble, which was formed to oppose the government and the UN. Just in the past month, the Vivre Ensemble's coalition seized the city of Mirebalais, broke open its prison, and orchestrated its 5th mass jailbreak in less than a year. And the Security Council has been warned by the UN Special Representative that Haiti is, quote, approaching a point of no return. So what are crimes against humanity? In short, crimes against humanity are certain acts when committed as part of a widespread and systematic attack directed against a civilian population pursuant to a state or organizational policy. And the kinds of crimes that can constitute crimes against humanity when committed in this manner include murder, enslavement, torture, rape, and sexual slavery. So why do I believe crimes against humanity are being committed in Haiti? In short, the spiraling gang violence constitutes crimes against humanity, first because of the widespread nature of the violence. It isn't confined to a handful of incidents, but has affected large swaths of the population across Haiti's major urban and rural areas. Annual homicide rates have doubled since 2022, and there have been at least 5,600 civilian deaths in 2024 alone, and other serious abuses like torture, sexual violence, forced child recruitment, and prolonged displacement. Second, the systematic character of the attacks also makes this crimes against humanity. The patterns of violence are planned and orchestrated by these gang coalitions. Civilians are systematically targeted, especially those who are believed to be collaborating with the government or rival gangs, or those trying to flee. Third, the targeting of civilians is part of this organizational policy. Mass killings, public executions, and sexual violence are not only used to eliminate dissent, but to instill fear and control in populations. The forced recruitment of children into gangs is part of this modus operandi. And the gang's hierarchical command sustain territorial control over some 85% of Port-au-Prince, and is supported by transnational arms pipelines and a wide array of collective efforts that are being undertaken by groups of these gangs. These gangs are committing the requisite material acts to constitute crimes against humanity: murder, torture, sexual violence, and enslavement. And the situation will continue to deteriorate unless decisive measures are taken. The biggest challenge facing Haiti today is the lack of urgency and political will from the international community that is commensurate with the severity of the crisis. And what is needed is the resources necessary to address a core component of the gang violence: a lack of security for the Haitian people. In my view, no sustained progress, political, economic, human rights, or humanitarian, is possible until Haitians are physically safe, and security is the foundational goal that we must all be working towards. In short, Vivre Ensemble's coordinated attacks against civilians constitutes crimes against humanity, and thus triggers the international community's responsibility to protect. We've developed a range of recommendations for different actors implicated in the crisis, but let me just conclude by sharing a few of those recommendations that are of special importance. First and foremost, unless the MSS is proven capable of providing security for the Haitian people, I believe the UN Security Council must adopt a Chapter 7 resolution that would convert the MSS mission into a UN peacekeeping operation with robust civilian protection mandate and enforcement for the embargoes that have been put in place, and a unit to undertake that work, and strengthen sanctions implementation. Second, I believe the government of Haiti, which has, of course, much work to be done, should, among other things, promote accountability for crimes against humanity, either by ratifying the Rome Statute or working towards a hybrid tribunal like a special court for atrocity crimes. Third, I believe the OAS Permanent Council should consider reconvening the Haiti Working Group and co-hosting a ministerial pledging conference that would marshal support for a Haiti Stabilization and Recovery Trust Fund that would provide for security, justice, and basic services programs. Fourth, for engaged governments, I believe they need to work collaboratively to strengthen and enforce the arms embargo through a joint maritime and border task force, to stop the flow of illicit weapons into Haiti, which really needs to be a top priority for the international community. In addition, there also needs to be, in my view, facilitated arms transfer to vetted Haitian police units, and the governments should collectively make use of a case-by-case licensing so that vetted Haitian police can match gang firepower. Proper vetting and safeguards should be implemented to ensure these firearms do not fall into the wrong hands. And finally, I believe that civil society and international partners need to strengthen protection for threatened journalists and human rights defenders, broaden diaspora advocacy, and also establish both the capabilities for emergency relocation as well as legal defense. Let me just conclude with a quote from Toussaint Louverture, the most prominent leader of the Haitian Revolution, who famously said while a political prisoner at the end of his life in France, "En me renversant, vous n'avez fait qu'abattre le tronc de l'arbre de la liberté, et il repoussera parce que ses racines sont profondes, nombreuses, et vigoureuses." Or in translation, "By overthrowing me, you have defeated the trunk of the tree of freedom. It will grow back because its roots are deep, numerous, and vivacious." Louverture's remarks emphasize the enormous resilience of the Haitian people in their fight for freedom, and they very much resonate today as the people and the government are now intensely focused on their liberation from these criminal gangs. It is only through this historic struggle and through their relentless efforts, with the support of the international community, including the OAS, that the Haitian people will indeed see peace again. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Genser, for that very interesting and insightful presentation. I am now very pleased to introduce our fourth panelist, Mr. Gaston Schulmeister, Director of the Department Against Transnational Organized Crime of the OAS. As the Director of the OAS Department Against Transnational Organized Crime, Mr. Schulmeister leads initiatives combating money laundering, human trafficking, and asset forfeiture. He holds a bachelor's degree in political science from the University of Buenos Aires and a master's degree in international studies from the University of Torquato di Tella. He has specialized in security through programs at the William J. Perry Center in Washington, D.C., the University of Bradford in the United Kingdom as a Chevening Scholar, and the University of Delaware in the United States as a Fulbright Scholar. Director Schulmeister has over 20 years of experience working in security, defense, and justice in Latin America, and he has served as a consultant for the IDB, the UNODC, and the OAS, having held executive roles in Argentina's Ministry of Security. He was awarded the title of Cavaliere dell'Ordine della Stella d'Italia by the President of Italy in 2017 for his contributions to international cooperation against organized crime. Director Schulmeister, you have the floor, sir.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mike, for the introduction. Excellency Mr. Smith Augustin, President Consular of the Republic of Haiti, Minister Patrick Pellissier, Minister Jean-Michel Moise, Deputy Assistant Secretary Barbara Feinstein, distinguished head of delegations, permanent representatives, observers, fellow panelists, and colleagues. On behalf of the Department Against Transnational Organized Crime, of the Multidimensional Security Secretary in our organization, OAS, it's a great honor to participate in this very important and timely symposium on finding urgent solutions for the Haiti security crisis. We are all very aware that Haiti faces unprecedented challenges with roots and branches that extend far beyond its border, affecting regional stability and international security. In complementation to the previous presentations, from our perspective, I would like to highlight that at least 3 critical dimensions of Haiti's security landscape. First, the alarming expansion of gang-dominated territories. Second, the transnational criminal networks involved. And finally, the deficiencies in the country's anti-money laundering and counter-terrorism financing frameworks. Regarding the expansion of gang-dominated territories, I would like to highlight that, as we know, Haiti's security situation has deteriorated dramatically in recent years. According to UN statistics, for example, in 2023, armed gangs have been controlling an estimated 80% territory of Port-au-Prince. This represents a significant increase from approximately, let's say, 60% in 2022, as a contrast, demonstrating the accelerating collapse of the state authority and in line with the presentation that we had the chance of having this morning here at the OAS. But taking into account consideration this presentation shared today from the authorities in Haiti, the situation seems even much more complex. Gang structures in Haiti have evolved beyond simple criminal enterprises into, let's say, sophisticated organizations with political connections. According to a 2023 report, for example, by the Center for Economic and Policy Research, gangs have become the de facto enforcement arm for various political factions, with evidence suggesting direct financial and logistical support flowing from political figures to armed groups. The economic foundation of these gang operations include, for example, systematic extortion of business in Haiti, with an estimated, for example, 30% of business paying protection fees, or control of critical infrastructure, including ports and transit routes, or kidnapping as a revenue stream, with ransom demanding averaging, for example, $200,000 for foreign nationals or $20,000 for Haitian citizens. And finally, the corruption of security forces highlighted today, for example, let's say with an estimated of 15% of police officers suspected of gang affiliation, according to different reports. So then, in second term, I would like to highlight about transnational organized crime that has been highlighted also in the previous presentations. Haiti's strategic location in the Caribbean positions it as a critical node in transnational criminal networks, particularly in drug trafficking operations. The Haitian territory serves multiple functions in the global drug trade. Haiti has increasingly become as a preferred transit route for cocaine, moving from South America to North America and Europe. Then, less discussed but equally concerning is Haiti's emergence as a transit route for precursors chemicals used also for drug production. Haiti has also become both a source and a transit country for human trafficking victims, as has been highlighted also this morning. Just as a reference, the U.S. State Department's 2024 Trafficking in Persons report maintained Haiti's Tier 3 status, noting that Haitian criminal networks collaborate with smuggling organizations in neighboring countries to transport victims through the Dominican Republic, Puerto Rico, and other Caribbean islands. Key statistics also include, for example, that approximately 2,180 victims of human trafficking that were identified in the wider Caribbean region in 2023. Or child trafficking increased by 27% between 2022 and 2023. In addition, an estimated 85% of human trafficking cases connected to broader criminal networks also involve drug trafficking. The third dimension on which I would like to highlight today is the dimension of Haiti's security crisis that involves severe deficiencies in the anti-money laundering and counter-terrorism financing frameworks. In 2022, the Caribbean Financial Action Task Force Mutual Evaluation rated 80 non-compliant or partially compliant with 35 of the famous 40 recommendations of the Financial Action Task Force, leading to the country's placement on the gray list of jurisdictions under increased monitoring. Key deficiencies identified include, for example, inadequate legal framework for prosecuting financial crimes, insufficient resources allocated for the Central Financial Intelligence Unit, limited capacity to investigate complex financial operations, weak supervisory mechanism for designated non-financial business and professions, among others. According to the Caribbean Financial Action Task Force report, Haiti's Financial Intelligence Unit processed only 37 suspicious transaction reports in 2022, resulting in just 4 investigations and 0 prosecutions. This represents a huge, huge challenge and huge severe implementation gap. In addition, Haiti's predominantly cash-based economy presents unique challenges with an estimated 85% of economic activity occurring in the informal sector. This creates a perfect environment for money laundering. In sum, Haiti's security crisis represents a complex institutional challenge that requires a multidimensional approach. These include comprehensive reform of the security sector, such as professionalization and anti-corruption measures, enhanced regional cooperation to combat transnational criminal networks operating in Haiti, and the strengthening of the anti-money laundering and counter-terrorism financing frameworks by improving the Financial Intelligence Unit operational independence, developing effective asset freezing mechanisms, implementing risk-based supervision across all financial sectors, and enhancing transparency in beneficial ownership. At the Organization of American States, through the Secretariat for Multidimensional Security, we have spent the last year designing an institutional response that not only reflects our mandate, but also builds on the tools and networks we have developed across the hemisphere. We call this Response Secure Haiti, our flagship program to support Haiti's national efforts in restoring security, reinforcing justice, and building institutional resilience. It is a practical, operational program that brings together the effort of all the SMS departments and links them with the work of our national office in Haiti, which plays a critical role in facilitating engagement with local stakeholders and institutions on the ground. Through our Department Against Transnational Organized Crime, in particular, we are also offering tailored expertise to support institutional strengthening in intelligence, investigations, and criminal justice reform, 3 areas that are central to breaking the cycle of impunity and organized crime in Haiti. But to be clear, none of this can happen without sustained political support and consistent, predictable donor engagement. This is where Secure Haiti becomes more than a program. It becomes a platform. We expect a platform for collaboration, for coordination, and for strategic investment. in Haiti's long-term security and stability. Let me close saying that we understand that Haiti doesn't lack voices for calling for help. We understand that it lacks sustained structure mechanism that can turn concern into commitment and commitment into action. Following the willingness of all the OAS state members from our technical perspective and assistance, security is at disposal. We look forward to working with all of you to make this effort real on the ground with the Haitian people and in support of regional security. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Director Schulmeister, for that presentation. Having completed the presentation portion of our panel, we will now proceed to the first round of questions, starting with Minister Pelissier. Minister, would you kindly share with us your perspective on how transnational organized crime has impacted the Haitian justice system, particularly regarding the independence and integrity of judicial institutions?
It doesn't work, see. Can you say again, sir, please? No.
If you could kindly share with us your perspective on how transnational organized crime has impacted the Haitian justice system, particularly regarding the independence and integrity of judicial institutions.
Encore une fois, et merci.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator, for this question. And thank you also to the Secretary General and to the representatives of the member states present today for this discussion. One of the panelists just mentioned a list of international conventions since 1990, there are efforts in terms of several international instruments. I would like to mention the Inter-American Convention against transnational organized crime, which comprises 3 main tools. Haiti strived to implement the recommendations coming from these instruments. A national committee to fight against transnational crime has been created. It is a state institution, and this marks a very significant progress in our efforts. Today, the legal system in Haiti is not capable of accommodating the influx of cases. I'm just talking about regular cases here. But there's also an issue in terms of expertise, because when we're talking about transnational crime, of course, there are perpetrators, criminals, but there's also a matter of expertise. So we see a very strong impact in terms of expertise. We do not have enough experts that are trained to deal with these issues in a specific manner. That is one of the first consequences that I see, because we are not being able to set up mechanisms able to bring efficient responses to these transnational crimes. A decree was recently adopted with the creation of two legal hubs. A hub on mass crimes. I think one of the panelists just mentioned this topic, saying that the crimes that are being committed in Haiti are crimes against humanity. I think that he's correct, and when we're talking about a hub for these massive crimes, we want a hub that is able to prosecute these transnational crimes. This brings me again to the issue of capacity. We have a legal framework that has been adopted at the level of the government and the level of the Council of Ministers through a decree. However, this legal framework is like an empty shell because these international crimes are committed by actors that are today described as terrorists. And we need response mechanisms, but we also need qualified legal staff. And this is where Haiti needs help from its partners for the training for the staff that will be tasked with dealing with those cases in those specialized hubs. Many countries have already responded to this call. For example, international organizations working in Haiti have already answered to this call. However, the implementation is a midterm goal that we still have to reach. We have not yet created the courts that we will need to do that. And additionally to this issue, we have our security problems that prevent us from moving ahead. So this is the key of the issue. The security situation is not helping. We cannot progress in the legal framework. And then we lack expertise. So this is our dilemma today. Thank you for your question.
Thank you, Minister. Our next question is directed to Minister Moise. Minister Moise, what are the principal challenges currently facing Haiti's defense sector in responding to the threat of transnational organized criminal networks?
Thank you for the question. We have many challenges, but some of the major ones is just frustrating that the gangs are so well armed and they have easy access to militarized weapons and ammunition. And the legal entities in Haiti, the army, the police, face challenges in acquiring weapons because, of course, we have the certain restrictions, particularly the Leahy law in the United States, that we would very much like to see our good friend, the United States, to lift this restriction, because the traffickers, gun and drug traffickers, they have easy access to those weapons, and we can't. It is very difficult for us to access those. And the incapacity of our armed forces and the police to properly secure the border, the land and sea coastlines, it's a very frustrating situation. The Haitian military was disbanded, as I said earlier, in 1994, and in 2017 was established, but we haven't been able to bring them to the level of capacity that we should. And this is one of the things that we need member states, the international community, to assist us with training and lifting restrictions and acquiring equipment, technologies for the military, particularly, and the police to be better equipped and winning the war against the banditry. And as the United States has properly designated the gangs as terrorist organizations. So, and because of military is very embryonic, with about 1,000 members, with not too much long-time training, they're unable still now to effectively combat the gangs, which are very strong, very well armed, very well financed by criminal drug traffickers and contraband individuals, using our weaknesses, our inability to control, to surveil our coastlines and the land border with the Dominican Republic. And this has been going on for a long, long time. And the challenges are so steep now. And because of the embryonic situation with the Army, then the enormous capacity of the gangs, which control major territories in Haiti, mainly the capital, about 85%, as previously said. And now we would like to see the international community and the OAS members to help us, like Mexico is doing right now, in training new recruits for us and officers to augment the ranks of the military and equip them with technologies, equipment to allow them to take control over lost territories and prevent the taking of new spaces in the country. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister Moise. The next question is directed to Deputy Assistant Secretary Feinstein. In recent days, the United States has designated the Vivre Ensemble Gang Coalition and the Grand Grief Gang as foreign terrorist organizations and specially designated global terrorists. Given these developments, how does the recent designation of Haiti's main gangs as terrorist entities help to shape U.S. foreign policy towards that country?
Thank you very much. So as I stated in my remarks, this designation we consider decisive action by the Trump administration to recognize the gangs for what they are, for the vicious nature of, and transnational nature in many cases, of the efforts that they are carrying out in the country. We believe that this is going to be a critical tool to unlock a lot of judicial cases, specifically against those who are providing material support. I think nearly every member of this panel has talked about the role of those, whether in the United States, elsewhere in the region, or in Haiti, providing some form of material support, which is strengthening gangs. And we recognize that includes very much illicit firearms coming from this country. So we intend to use these new authorities within our country to decisively take action against those that are providing material support, and we believe that that is a critical part. It alone will be insufficient, let me be clear. We also need a stronger security response, as we've discussed as well, among various other measures. Corruption and combating endemic corruption is also critical. But we do believe that the FTO designation will be critical in terms of taking the concrete actions necessary to stop this material support that is allowing these gangs to exert the kind of control that we are seeing in Haiti today.
Thank you, Deputy Assistant Secretary Feinstein. Now over to Mr. Jared Genser. Sir, based on your analysis of the situation in Haiti, within the existing international protection frameworks, what responsibilities does the international community hold in supporting a response to the current crisis?
Well, thanks for the important question. You know, the title for the symposium today is Finding Urgent Solutions for the Haiti Security Crisis. And from my viewpoint, that is a dramatic understatement because what we're seeing in Haiti is, of course, a security crisis, but it's also a situation where specific, widespread, systematic, and horrific crimes against humanity, including murder, rape, sexual slavery, and the recruitment of child soldiers, are being committed and are being directed at a civilian population. And it's important to emphasize that analyzing the situation as one that should be dealt with by applying a conflict resolution lens and or a human rights protection lens omits the obligation of the international community to prevent and respond to atrocity crimes, which has been made in many different ways over many decades, if not longer. And so what I would say is that the atrocity prevention lens also needs to be applied to the situation in Haiti, both to amplify the urgency of a need for specific action, and it really requires a robust, multilateral, and well-coordinated approach that goes to the heart of the fact that these kinds of crimes are being committed. So I think that there are a wide array of actions that have been taken and that are continuing to be taken, which are very, very important. But I do think that there is a gap between the severity of the crisis and the way that it's being characterized that needs to be recognized and needs to be made a part of that public discussion, because the urgency to deal with the security crisis comes across as something that any ordinary person would say, yes, of course, we should address the security crisis. But I think when you frame what is happening in Haiti as crimes against humanity being committed by these criminal gangs, terrorist groups, and so forth, then it creates a much greater sense of a need for urgent action to ameliorate the suffering of the Haitian people and to restore security for them and peace for them as something that has to be of central importance to the agenda of the international community.
Thank you, Mr. Gesser, for that response. Continuing on to Director Gaston Schulmeister. Director Schulmeister, the OAS has been involved in Haiti during this challenging period. How would you kindly elaborate on how the organization, through the Secretariat for Multidimensional Security, has been assisting Haiti in addressing the current situation?
Thank you very much, Mike, again. Yes, first of all, I would like to mention and highlight that, the efforts we have been doing, we are doing, are obviously complementary to the discussion, or beside the discussion regarding the mission or the field mission in terms of security, or what kind of military operation would be involved, should be involved, et cetera, et cetera. But in that framework, we have been doing efforts in terms of strengthening institutional capabilities of the security system for Haiti. Barbara mentioned some examples, the efforts together with the National Police, for example, together with some efforts in the area of SICTE within our Secretariat for Multidimensional Security, and regarding the control on ports. So in that framework, that are the kind of examples of the very robust portfolio of programs that OAS has already demonstrated, not only in Haiti, but across all the region, that we are, in conditions of providing technical assistance to the different state members of the OAS. So I'm talking about combating transnational organized crime, money laundering, improving the capabilities of the police forces across the region. So in that framework, what we call security has at least 4 main pillars. The first one is to enhancing security and operational capacity, especially of the Haitian National Police, as mentioned before, through recruitment, training, and support for tactical units. Second, the second point is strengthening the rule of law and judicial institutions, including legal reform and anti-corruption efforts and anti-money laundering actions. Third, a point that has been highlighted regarding the combating armed trafficking and securing borders through coordinated operations, legislative frameworks, and regional partnerships. And finally, the fourth pillar is promoting community-oriented policing and social development to rebuild trust between law enforcement and local populations while addressing root causes of instability. So I guess that these are examples for which we can provide and for which we are completely at disposal to any potential discussion regarding how OAS could reinforce the effort that we have been doing and we could do in the near future, given the huge challenges in terms of security in Haiti.
Thank you, Director Schulmeister. We will now proceed to a second round of questions, starting once more with Minister Pellicier. Minister, first we would like to acknowledge the significant efforts of your ministry in addressing the complex challenges facing Haiti. We are keen to learn about the initiatives and strategies that have had a positive impact and are yielding tangible results. Could you kindly share with us some of the key successes or progress that your ministry has made in tackling these challenges?
Merci.
Thank you. Ministry of Justice and Public Security has created an action plan since November 2024 based on 3 pillars. 1, security. 2, the role of the ministry to reform the constitution and organize elections. And 3rd pillar, the rule of law regarding the functioning of justice and jails. Regarding security, we see it from 2 points of view. First, general security in the country, and second, the security of the election process. We should not forget the transition government has a mandate. The transition has a content. And the end of the transition is the organization of elections. So security is related to the organizing of elections. And there are a series of measures that the Ministry of Justice has taken in agreement with the Superior Council of Police in Haiti. We are going to increase the national police personnel in Haiti. A new promotion of 739 police officers has just been graduating from the police academy in order to improve the situation of the number of police personnel on the ground. We have around 10,000 police personnel for 12 million inhabitants, which represent 1 police officer for 12,000 citizens. So we have to increase the number of police personnel, but also their capabilities, their skills. And we have done it through a special training program, advanced training program for 400 out of those 739 police officers. We also released funding to finance intensive operations on the ground. In spite of the weakness of the national police, we could contain progress of gangs in some places. And recently, we have created a task force to strengthen the response, the reaction on the ground. This task force is using rather advanced technological means, among others drones, which are being used in operations and which have allowed to have the gangs getting out of Delmas 1, Delmas 19. And they were previously a threat in those areas, but no more. The government has adopted the decree creating a national security agency working in intelligence. We've gotten in touch with various international institutions which are going to help us to train those intelligence agents, because intelligence and counterintelligence are one of the major deficits, one of the major gaps that we have on the ground. From a legal point of view, judicial, we have created that judicial hub regarding financial crimes and massive crimes. We have delocalized the main court from Port-au-Prince, and we hope that we're going to have a penal court in Port-au-Prince next summer, after 8 years where it did not sit. And we have also to solve the problem of the prolonged detention. These are the main actions, the main pillars which are the basis of the work of the Ministry of Justice, but the main goal is to organize the elections. And that's why we are deploying security forces in order to create a better climate, a more peaceful climate, so that elections can really take place. Thank you.
For that response. I direct a second question to Minister Moise. Minister, would you kindly share with us some of the key initiatives or achievements that the ministry of your ministry that have been particularly impactful in addressing the challenges facing the defense sector?
Thank you very much again for this question. The Haitian Armed Forces, as I mentioned earlier, have been disbanded in 1994 and were mobilized in 2017. And since then, there haven't been much investment made in the armed forces, especially in the last 3 years. Although they are very small in numbers, about 1,000 members, they were not prepared for this kind of challenge they face today with urban warfare coming from the gang, well-trained, well-organized, easier for them to recruit desperate young men and women and arm them through the open border and the open sea coast, and with the criminal drug trafficking going on in our southern coastlines. Although they're very limited in numbers, the main things the Haitian military has been able to do and to prevent the total collapse of the government is to secure very critical institutions such as the central bank, the port, international airport of Port-au-Prince, customs, and important critical communication infrastructure. Without those institutions, the government would not have been able to function still. As you can understand, the army is very small, very embryonic, and we have been trying to basically, in our budget, appropriate funds to build new bases, to train more soldiers. Although it's very difficult to find construction materials to build those infrastructure because of the challenges the gangs pose in Haiti, and a lot of businesses close, especially in the capital. And so far, we have been able to keep the government functioning in the very small space that we can function in Port-au-Prince by providing necessary security for those institutions. And it is very important to understand that we did not expect to face this steep challenge coming from the armed groups, and they have become so strong within the past, I would say, 3 years. All of a sudden, the government did not expect this situation to arise as fast as it is. And so we're trying very hard to see with our partners, like I mentioned earlier, that Mexico is one of the countries helping us to train new soldiers, and so we can augment the rank of the military. That is one of the things we're trying to do, and we need the help of our partners and the international community to win this war against the gangs. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister Maurice, for that very interesting response. I'd like to proceed to our next question for Deputy Assistant Secretary Feinstein. On June 3rd, 2002, Haiti signed the Inter-American Convention Against Terrorism, which encourages cooperation and the exchange of information to enhance border and customs control measures aimed at detecting and preventing international movement of terrorists, as well as the trafficking of arms or materials supporting terrorist activities. In this regard, what opportunities exist for enhanced regional collaboration to tackle cross-border criminal activities affecting Haiti?
Thank you very much for that question. It is clear, as all of the panelists here have articulated, that the porous borders, both on the land side as well as on the maritime side, contribute greatly to the crisis in Haiti. And the United States recognizes the role that we play, as I have emphasized, in terms of our efforts and intent to do even more to address the scourge of illegal firearms trafficking. As noted, I do think the FTO designation also will be a critical tool in that space. But there is clearly much more that we as a region can do to address this issue, including utilizing some of the capacities of the OAS and of individual member states. So as noted earlier, we call on others resident in this room and throughout the hemisphere to be working together more concretely to address these issues of illegal firearms trafficking and other illicit contraband getting into and out of Haiti, so that we can have a more secure hemisphere overall.
Thank you very much, Deputy Assistant Secretary Feinstein. With that, we have exhausted the time allotted for this panel discussion. I would like to take this opportunity to express our deepest appreciation to all our distinguished panelists for their valuable insights. Today's dialogue underscores the importance of a unified and strategic regional response and the need to remain committed to supporting Haiti through collaboration, solidarity, and innovation. We will now proceed to take a 15-minute break, after which member states, observers, and our panelists are invited to return to this room for the interactive dialogue. Thank you. good morning to all. We'd like to invite everybody back to the Hall of the Americas to continue our interactive dialogue this afternoon. We invite everybody to please come back to the Hall of the Americas. Thank you.
distinguished heads of delegation, permanent representatives and alternate representatives of the OAS member states, distinguished permanent observers to the OAS, ladies and gentlemen, greetings to all. I am very pleased to serve as moderator of this interactive dialogue session, following up on the very informative panel discussion of this morning. And I'm joined at the head table by Mr. Patrick Pellissier, Minister of Public Security and Justice, Mr. Jean-Michel Moïse, Minister of Defense of Haiti, and Mr. Gaston Schulmeister, Director of the OAS Department Against Transnational Organized Crime. Delegations will have the opportunity to refer questions to our distinguished panelists, as well as offer any comments they wish to share on this subject matter. As such, I will be offering the floor first to the delegations of the member states and then to our distinguished permanent observers. We ask that all interventions be kept to 5 minutes or less to preserve the interactive spirit of this session. As indicated in the symposium's agenda, this dialogue is scheduled for 60 minutes. With that said, I invite, there is just a request from Argentina to be the first because the ambassador will have to leave, so we'll give the floor first for Argentina and then we go back to the list. Argentina, please, Ambassador.
Gracias, presidente. Pido disculpas, tengo una reunión que tengo que salir volando y gracias por a todos mis colegas por dejarme hablar. Presidente, permítame saludar a los ministros de Defensa y el ministro de Seguridad y Justicia de Haití y también a Gaston Schulmeister en la mesa. La Argentina sigue con mucha atención y preocupación la situación en Haití y está fuertemente comprometida con la búsqueda de soluciones que permitan al gobierno y al pueblo haitiano resolver la crisis política, económica y social que enfrentan en la actualidad. Argentina tiene una larga tradición de cooperación con Haití. Solo haciendo memoria, en esta reunión podría recordar nuestro rol en la MINUSTA o en la instalación del Hospital Militar en Puerto Príncipe. Pero la más reciente, y a la cual tuve el honor de coorganizar, fue junto con el apoyo de Francia en el marco de las acciones del Programa Mundial de Alimentos, el PMA, para impulsar el desarrollo de huertas escolares que permitieran a las comunidades escolares construir plataformas inclusivas y solidarias que involucran a las familias en la producción de sus propios alimentos. Y nuestros técnicos y nuestras semillas fueron parte de ese proyecto. No obstante ello, innumerables veces debimos interrumpir el proyecto por el riesgo de vida que corría nuestra gente. Ello confirma lo expresado por todos los miembros del panel, que el impacto humanitario de la violencia a los derechos humanos, por lo que consideramos urgente dar una pronta solución a las problemáticas que hacen a la seguridad pública y a la administración de justicia en Haití. Esto es una condición fundamental para avanzar sobre las brechas de desarrollo que afectan al pueblo haitiano. Ello incluye impulsar acciones decididas para prevenir y combatir el tráfico de armas, así como neutralizar los circuitos de flujos financieros ilícitos en el país que obran como fuente de ingreso de las propias bandas. Como lo expresara en varias oportunidades desde que asumí hace 30 días en esta nueva posición, la cuestión haitiana no es solo un problema haitiano, es un problema de todos. Me han escuchado hablar de la importancia de mantener la relevancia de la OEA en el futuro. Y sin lugar a dudas, parte de esa relevancia se juega con la capacidad de la OEA para encontrar soluciones concretas para Haití. En el día de ayer, Argentina se sumó al grupo de miembros del Grupo de Trabajo sobre Haití, como se lo había prometido a la embajadora de Haití aquí en la OEA. Y esperamos contribuir a los esfuerzos de la comunidad internacional para promover la recuperación socioeconómica la reconstrucción y la estabilidad de Haití en cooperación con su gobierno y respetando sus prioridades. Argentina está lista para participar de todas las conversaciones que nos permitan encontrar soluciones concretas para Haití. Muchísimas gracias.
I'll give the floor now to the Dominican Republic Ambassador, please.
Gracias, señor presidente. Permítame saludar al ministro de Seguridad Pública y Justicia de Haití, señor Patrick Pelissier, al ministro de Defensa, también de ese país, el señor Jean-Michel Moïse, y al señor Gastón Schulmeister, director del Departamento contra el Crimen Organizado de la OEA. Señor presidente, agradezco a la Misión Permanente de Haití ante la OEA y a la Secretaría de Seguridad Multidimensional por la realización y coordinación de este simposio y a cada uno de los distinguidos panelistas por abordar con tanta claridad y compromiso los múltiples desafíos que enfrenta actualmente Haití. La profundidad de sus análisis y las propuestas que han presentado son fundamentales para avanzar en soluciones concretas. Para República Dominicana, acompañar a Haití en la superación de esta crisis no es solo una prioridad y un asunto de seguridad nacional, es una necesidad humana, histórica y geográfica. La estabilidad y la seguridad de Haití son inseparables de la estabilidad y la seguridad de mi país y de la región. La crisis en Haití afecta directamente a República Dominicana, lo que ha llevado a nuestras autoridades a tomar medidas excepcionales en la frontera para proteger la seguridad y estabilidad de nuestro territorio. Esto lo hacemos con la responsabilidad de proteger a nuestra nación, pero también con la esperanza de que la comunidad internacional responda y apoye los esfuerzos hacia una paz duradera en Haití. Reiteramos el llamado de redoblar los esfuerzos conjuntos y cumplir con los compromisos asumidos por la comunidad internacional para hacer frente a la grave situación humanitaria, económica y de inseguridad que viven los vecinos haitianos. La lucha contra el crimen organizado transnacional debe ocupar un lugar central en este esfuerzo. La violencia que sufre el pueblo haitiano está directamente vinculada al accionar de las bandas criminales que trafican con armas, personas y bienes ilícitos. Solo a través de una coordinación efectiva y sostenida entre las autoridades de Haití y la comunidad internacional se podrá hacer frente a estas amenazas hasta eliminarlas. En el caso de República Dominicana, hemos venido fortaleciendo nuestras capacidades institucionales para combatir el tráfico ilícito de armas, un fenómeno particularmente preocupante en Haití, donde las armas circulan con alarmante facilidad. En ese sentido, destacamos el gran trabajo que viene realizando con la OEA en el marco de la hoja de ruta de Centroamérica y República Dominicana para prevenir el tráfico y la proliferación de armas, municiones y explosivos, la cual ha servido como un marco estratégico para orientar nuestras acciones nacionales en este ámbito. No obstante, reconocemos que los esfuerzos individuales no son suficientes. La gravedad de la crisis en Haití requiere un compromiso más sólido de parte de la comunidad internacional, especialmente en términos de recursos técnicos y financieros. También creemos firmemente que la OEA puede asumir un rol más activo tanto en el seguimiento de la situación como en la facilitación de iniciativas de apoyo a las instituciones haitianas. Aprovecho para agradecer a la subsecretaria Feinstein por reconocer el liderazgo y solidaridad de mi país para mantener la atención de la comunidad internacional sobre la situación en Haití. Finalmente, si bien queda mucho por hacer, es importante reconocer que se han dado pasos positivos. Existen avances concretos en materia de cooperación, en la voluntad política y en el compromiso regional. La clave ahora está en no detenernos y seguir trabajando con firmeza y solidaridad para lograr una Haití segura, estable y con instituciones fortalecidas. Muchas gracias.
I was just informed that we have interpretation only for English, in English and French. So if you can use one of these languages would be appreciated. Tenemos interpretación solamente en español, en inglés y francés. no tenemos en español y en portugués. Gracias. I now give the floor to the Ambassador of San Vicente and the Grenadines. You have the floor, ma'am.
Thank you, Chair. Minister of Public Security and Justice of Haiti, Mr. Patrick Pelissier, Minister of Defense of Haiti, Mr. Jean-Michel Moïse, Director of the Department Against Transnational Organized Crime of the Secretariat for Multidimensional Security, Mr. Gaston Schulmeister. Excellencies, guests, at the outset, the delegation of St. Vincent and the Grenadines expresses its appreciation for today's symposium and thanks the organizers and presenters for the perspectives shared and for the analysis presented. The alarming and ever-worsening security and humanitarian situation in Haiti has been discussed at length in the multilateral arena. My delegation will not repeat the details, for they have been adumbrated here and are well known in the Caribbean region and in the hemisphere. Yet, no one knows these details better than our Haitian brothers and sisters themselves, for whom this is a lived daily reality. My delegation urges the international community, including the Organization of American States, to support the Haitian nation in addressing this existential crisis in Haiti. Mesdames, Messieurs, je vous...
Ladies and gentlemen, I assure you that the lives of the Haitian people is just as valuable as the lives of any of us. We need to protect this population. We need concrete actions alongside diplomatic commitments if we want to put an end to violence and displacement. Thank you.
Merci. I now give the floor to the delegation of Brazil.
Thank you, Mr. President. And through you, let me thank the Haitian authorities and the OAS for organizing this symposium. The severity of the situation in Haiti compels us to discuss the issue in all possible forums, in a frank and open manner in search of constructive and creative solutions for the country. Brazil closely follows the multidimensional crisis affecting Haiti. The solutions to this crisis must be led by Haitians. We are ready to support the country's authorities in their pursuit of stability. We also know that without decisive support from the international community, the crisis is likely to worsen. In our recent history, Brazil played a leadership role in MINUSTAH. Furthermore, Brazil welcomed a significant Haitian community for humanitarian reasons. Brazil's recent contributions to Haiti include the establishment of a vocational training center in Lequé and the construction of 3 hospitals. We are also launching, through the Brazilian Cooperation Agency and the Federal Police, the first training course for Haitian police officers. On June 13, during the Brazil-Caribbean Summit, we will have the opportunity to discuss the challenges related to the multidimensional crisis in Haiti, as well as topics such as food security and climate change. In the current context, marked by a resurgence of gang-related violence, security is a precondition for the Haitian government to provide essential services to the population. We must acknowledge that without an improvement in the security situation, progress in other areas, including institutional consolidation, will be difficult to achieve. While we recognize the important work carried out so far by the MSS in Haiti, we must also acknowledge the challenges it faces in fulfilling its mandate and identify ways to respond effectively to this and other problems facing the country. The continuous flow of weapons to gangs is a key factor sustaining the violence. It is essential to ensure the full implementation of the UN sanctions regime related to Haiti, including the arms embargo. The United Nations must continue to play a central role in the search for solutions to the security crisis affecting the Caribbean country. Political stability is also crucial to counter violence. A united political front is important to confront the serious threat posed by gang violence. We commend Haitian actors for their efforts toward political dialogue and acknowledge the tireless work of the Caribbean community in this regard. Furthermore, peace-building elements must be addressed simultaneously so that Haiti may succeed in its quest for stability, sustainable development, food security, institutional strengthening, full respect for human rights in all dimensions, and a robust judicial system combined with efficient and accountable police force. We also hope that the Global Alliance Against Hunger and Poverty, launched during Brazil's presidency of the G20, may contribute significantly to Haiti's development as a pilot country of the initiative. At the OAS in particular, we have high expectations that the various mandates already approved by political bodies may be implemented based on the recognized areas of excellence of this organization. We also believe it is important to learn the perspective of the newly elected Secretary General on the potential contribution of the OAS to the situation in Haiti. Thank you.
Thank you. I now give the floor to Costa Rica. Ambassador, please.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Good afternoon, distinguished President of the Transitional Presidential Council of Haiti, permanent representatives, dear Ambassador Mirta de Sulmé, Mr. Secretary General and Director Schulmeister, distinguished panelists and guests, good afternoon to all of you. Allow me to begin by expressing Costa Rica's deep solidarity with Haitian people who today face one of the most complex crises in the recent history. Haiti needs, now more than ever, the determined commitment of all representatives of this hemispheric community. The situation before us, marked by the advance of transnational organized crime, the awakening of judicial institutions, and the daily suffering of millions of Haitians, cannot and must not be normalized. As a region, we cannot allow violence, impunity, and despair to become the norm. Costa Rica has firmly maintained that democracy, security, and human rights are intrinsically linked. That is why any solution to the crisis in Haiti must place human dignity and a strengthening of the rule of law and institutional recovery at its core. We recognize the tremendous effort of the Haitian authorities who now face the enormous challenge of regaining territorial control, restoring justice, and rebuilding public trust. We also appreciate the efforts of various departments of the OAS, General Secretariat, the member states, through the voluntary group for monitoring the situation in Haiti, and other regional partners in the search for urgent yet sustainable responses, many of whom are represented here in the Hall of the Americas. From our perspective, three elements are fundamental: effective regional cooperation and collaboration. Combating organized crime that operates across borders requires shared intelligence, arms control, anti-money laundering efforts, and joint actions. Beyond identifying the problem, we must act with coherence and political will. Second, institutional strengthening. It is imperative to support Haiti in rebuilding its judicial and security capacities under strict human rights standards. Investing in training, protection for justice operators, and technical assistance are key in this process. And the third one, active participation of the Haitian people. Any path towards peace and justice must include the participation of Haitian society, including women, youth, community leaders, and of course the diaspora. Costa Rica reiterates its commitment to a multilateral and coordinated response based on institutional strength, solidarity, and shared responsibility. Haiti is not alone, and it must not be alone. With hope and determination, we will continue to support all ongoing efforts to help restore the Haitian people's fundamental right to live in peace. Merci beaucoup pour votre attention.
I now give the floor to the delegation of Canada.
Good afternoon all, and I would like also to take this opportunity to thank all the panelists for their enlightening presentations and insights into the situation in Haiti. Much has been said, Mr. Chair, and I would like to focus on three issues mainly here. First, human rights. Canada remains gravely concerned by the escalating human rights crisis in Haiti, where rampant gang violence has displaced over 1 million people, subjected civilians to widespread abuse, including sexual abuse and violence, and stripped communities of safety and dignity. We are also concerned that NGOs operating in Haiti face uncertainty about the general licenses that would authorize certain humanitarian activities, such as aid delivery in gangs-controlled areas, following the designation by the US of Vive Ansan and Grand Grief gangs as terrorists. More clarity on how these measures and others will be enforced could ensure that they do not deter those engaged in delivering humanitarian aid. On the justice sector, Mr. Chair, impunity and corruption are two major causes for continued insecurity. A strengthened justice system is needed to ensure that no one is above the law. We commend the Transitional President Council for the approval of a decree to create 2 special jurisdictions, or pôles judiciaires, one dedicated to mass crimes and sexual violence, and the other in the fight against financial crime. The creation of these 2 jurisdictions will allow concrete actions against those fueling instability and violence in Haiti through corruption, embezzlement, money laundering, fiscal fraud, and fraudulent border measures. International partners can support these jurisdictions by providing financial contributions via UNODC, which already provides funding for the jurisdictions. International efforts should feature providing technical expertise and capacity building to Haiti's justice sector. On election, it is essential that elections in Haiti be organized in a manner that fosters trust in the process by the Haitian population and fights impunity and corruption among the political and economic elite. We encourage Haitian authorities to work with the OAS Department for Electoral Cooperation and Observation and the Venice Commission, who have provided recommendations on needed electoral reforms. But let us be clear, Mr. Chair, that Haitians have to lead the way on proposing solutions that the international community can support. Only Haitian-led solutions will be sustainable over time. Canada remains ready to continue working with Haiti to find and implement solutions that can bring it on a greater path to security, democracy, and prosperity. Thank you.
Delegation of Uruguay have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. My delegation wishes to express its gratitude for the convening of this symposium and for the presentations delivered, which have clearly illustrated the severity of the situation currently facing Haiti. The numerous challenges stemmed from this crisis are a matter of deep concern for Uruguay. The security and well-being of the people of Haiti are essential not only for Haiti itself, but for the stability and the prosperity of our entire region. We are particularly alarmed by the escalating spiral of violence driven by the actions of gangs and armed groups which are undermining the country's institutional framework and violating the human rights of its population. Fully aware of the seriousness of the situation, Uruguay has actively participated in the ongoing discussion within the United Nations framework aimed at providing an effective response to these challenges. Mr. President, we would like to take this opportunity to once again reaffirm our unwavering commitment to Haitian people. In this regard, Uruguay believes that it is fundamental to redouble our efforts to strengthen regional cooperation and to promote a solidarity-based approach, one that is grounded in full respect for human rights and capable of addressing the multiple challenges currently facing Haiti. Our commitment to peace, stability, and sustainable development in the region are core pillars of Uruguay's foreign policy and will continue to guide our engagement moving forward. Thank you.
I now give the floor to the delegation of Ecuador.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would like first to welcome and thank you the Haitian authorities and the panelists who took part in this important symposium. Ecuador, Latin America, and the Caribbean will always remember the historic contribution of Haiti to the freedom of our country and our region, as well as its contribution to freedoms around the world. That is why we must work effectively by demonstrating regional and international solidarity and unity, by promoting complementarity and synergy action from all multilateral fora where the OAS cannot be the exception. Ecuador is driven by full awareness of the responsibility of our organization to support the efforts of Haiti in overcoming the multidimensional challenges its people face in the areas of security, peace, development, and human rights. Our country is experiencing significant growth in transnational organized crime, which poses a multi-phased threat requiring multidimensional responses and regional cooperation to confront it. The violence of organized crime can extend to drug trafficking, terrorism, human trafficking, arms trafficking, illegal mining and logging, forced labor, efforts to infiltrate corruption into public institutions and private entities, or the appropriation of land and natural resources with even devastating environmental impacts. These criminal networks threaten security, undermine human dignity, and multiply social suffering. It is therefore essential to protect the rights of all people against violations committed by criminality, particularly those linked to transnational organized crime. Our responsibility has been reflected in Ecuador's work during its tenure in the Security Council, where together with the United States, we work with the membership in several key resolutions, including renewal and strengthening of the mandate of BINU, the arms embargo, and the deployment of the multinational security support mission in Haiti, respectful of Haiti's sovereignty. But we must be clear, any security effort on its own will not resolve the crisis in all its dimensions. There must be appropriate support from the international community. Technical work of the OAS mechanism must continue to be supported, especially in promoting border and port control and in trafficking illicit financial flows within other international agencies. Ecuador is ready to continue supporting Haiti through any initiative in the international fora. In those lines, we would like also to reiterate the need to keep working on synergies among all actions given to Haiti's situation by the international community. Thank you.
I now give the floor to Colombia.
Thank you, Mr. President. First of all, let me thank you for organizing this meeting. Colombia stands in solidarity with the Haitian people. As a country that promotes peace, Colombia supports initiatives that contribute to achieve peace in Haiti, and we are convinced that the solutions to the situation must be led by Haitian authorities with the strong cooperation of the international community. Colombia thanks the Secretary General for the Organization of American States for continuing to urge the international community to help Haiti overcome the crisis. The Organization of American States plays a fundamental role in the strengthening democratic governance, mediation, and political dialogue. Colombia has been accompanying and participating in the meetings within the framework of the Organization of American States to address the situation in Haiti in accordance with the principles of promotion and protection of human rights, democracy, sovereignty, and cooperation. Colombia stressed the importance of an even more decisive involvement of the international community in the solution of Haitian crisis, aimed at promoting as soon as possible a political dialogue and guaranteeing inclusive participation and the preparations for elections and democratic transition. It should be noted that the Haitian crisis is yet another reflection of the violence generated by drug trafficking, and that its solution also involves the global need to introduce a comprehensive approach to the world drug problem that includes human security, human rights, health, social and environmental issues, but also the monitoring of illicit financial flows at the global level in order to combat transnational organized crime. We are also committed to reinforcing control and patrolling in the area of La Guajira and strengthening interdiction in maritime border between border of Colombia and Haiti. That said, Colombia has prioritized its cooperation with Haiti by assisting the Haitian government as its police force in the integral attention to the problem of urban violence caused by youth gangs, particularly in the Cité Soleil and in Port-au-Prince. We take this opportunity to reiterate the proposal of cooperation in citizen security developed by National Police of Colombia, focused on a comprehensive and human intervention to address the problem of urban violence caused by youth gangs, aimed at articulating different actors in vulnerable territories to ensure education, training, and employability as routes to eliminate violence. At the end of 2022, the government of Haiti requests cooperation to Colombia in the area of technical cooperation in processes and mechanisms of electoral transparency and methodologies of control and efficiency in electoral process. The National Register of Civil Service in Colombia, Registraduría Nacional, is available to offer this help. As we have stated before, it is important to consider that the solution to this crisis will not be possible without a comprehensive and long-term approach that includes human rights, social, environmental, economic, and security issues with a human approach. Thank you.
I now give the floor to Guatemala.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning to everyone. The Guatemalan delegation thanks the OAS General Secretariat and the Permanent Mission of Haiti for organizing this symposium focused on the urgent search for solutions to the security crisis in Haiti. We appreciate the presentations by the ministers, senior Haitian officials, and experts who provide an update on the current situation in Haiti, particularly regarding the impacts on security and justice caused by transnational organized crime. Guatemala will continue following closely the situation in Haiti and support the efforts of the UN MSS, in which we contribute 150 military personnel. Finally, Guatemala fully shares the concern for stability in Haiti. We believe that lasting peace can only be achieved through joint efforts, particularly among the countries of the region, promoting sustainable solutions for the Haitian people. It is essential not only to foster security, but also respect for human rights and strengthen democracy by restoring institutionality and carrying out a process of free, fair, and transparent elections. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
I now give the floor to the observer delegation of France.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. First of all, I'd like to welcome this initiative of organizing a symposium finding urgent solutions for Haiti security crisis and thank the speakers, Messrs. Pellissier and Moise, Ms. Feinstein, Mr. Genser, and Ms. Schulmeister. France is deeply concerned by the degree of violence and insecurity in Port-au-Prince. We support the transitory authorities, the National Police, and the MSS. We have contributed up to $10 million to this day. But this multinational mission requires more resources and capabilities. It has to reach 2,500 personnel, and we have to work to improve interoperability between national police, armed forces of Haiti, and multinational mission. Haiti has also to strengthen its own security forces, fight against traffic in arms, and open investigation against the people who were sanctioned and keep on fighting corruption. As we saw today, this is a multinational, multidimensional crisis. We contributed up to 46 million euros in 2024 in various fields, above the 10 million dedicated to security, 16 million for humanitarian aid, 16 million euros to develop projects of development in health, governance, agriculture, and training, equipment, and infrastructure. 1 million euro to support our cultural cooperation through the French Institute in Port-au-Prince, 5 Alliances Françaises in the country, and 45 scholarships. We are still supporting Haiti, and we follow the initiatives which might be taken by the OAS in order to contribute to the solution of the crisis.
Thank you, Mr. President. We would like to thank the delegation of Haiti, the General Secretariat of the OAS for having organized this symposium, which represents a call for action in light of the alarming situation in Haiti. This prolonged and worsening situation has a huge impact, primarily on the population, almost an unbearable impact for them, for the Haitian population. It is also eroding the sovereignty of the country and has regional security consequences. We thank the two ministers present today, the Minister of Justice and Security and Justice, and the Minister of Defense, and also the high official from the State Department. Italy has worked constantly to highlight the gravity of the situation in Haiti in all relevant international organizations and fora, such as the UN, the Organization of American States, the G20, the G7, and also the European Union. In this context, Italy deems necessary the following: to continue supporting the transitional institutions in Haiti, to continue supporting the UN Integrated Office in Haiti and the Multinational Security Support Mission. We acknowledge also the important role played by the OAS local office, to maintain open the humanitarian channels in favor of the Haitian population, and want also to highlight the presence in Haiti of Italian non-governmental organizations in this regard. It is also crucial and very important the fight against corruption, which is essential to strengthen the Haitian institutions. And then, last but not least, continue supporting the efforts to reach general elections by February 2026, although we recognize that the path towards this goal is very difficult. In this respect, we would like to ask the two ministers where we stand in terms of the reform constitutional process after the meetings and contacts with the Venice Commission. It was mentioned today that the draft constitution is ready, and we would like to have more information about this draft constitution and also the referendum to approve the proposal. Thank you.
Well, we'll finish the list of speakers, and then I'll give the floor to the members of this table to respond to the question. I now give the floor to the observer delegation of Kenya.
Thank you, Chair. Excellencies, Kenya would like to thank the Permanent Mission of Haiti to OAS for organizing this symposium. This has been very insightful. I would like to express the government of Kenya's commitment as a lead nation to the MSS mission working in collaboration with the Haitian police to restore law and order in Haiti. MSS has been able to make considerable milestones in Haiti, despite all the challenges highlighted earlier by the panelists. MSS has been able to train the Haitian police to boost their capacity, amongst others. We call for support to the MSS mission, particularly in the following areas. Establishment of forward operating bases is key. These are critical, sustaining stability in pacified areas. We urge OAS members, states, and the international community to contribute to the standing of the already identified forward operating bases and also fund their sustainment. Out of the 2,500 mandated personnel by the UN Security Council resolution for MSS mission, only 1,000 has so far been achieved. We call for contribution and deployment of more contingents who will combat the gangs. Contribution of critical equipment to the mission will make it successful. Currently, the mission is operating at 30% of its capability in terms of equipment. We also call on OAS member states and the international community to contribute to the funding of this mission. Finally, Chair, we would like to take this opportunity to thank all those who have contributed to this mission in terms of equipment and personnel. Thank you, Chair.
I now give the floor to the observer delegation of the Holy See.
Je vous remercie, Monsieur le Président, de me donner la...
Thank you, Chair, for giving me the floor. I would like to greet the Haitians present here today and both ministers. The Holy See thanks you for the organization of this symposium. We took note of the panelists' interventions and the different observations made. Haiti is going through a social, political, and humanitarian crisis that is marked by poverty and a spiral of violence. The Holy See has expressed its solidarity with the Haitian people and intends to continue to support the efforts. We call on to a wider international support, and we call on to the different countries to come together to help Haiti overcome these challenges. The Catholic Church, through Caritas and the Haitian dioceses, hopes to help the population with essential aid. The Catholic Church is committed towards the population of Haiti. Thank you, Chair.
Give the floor to the panelists for their response. Firstly, Monsieur Patrick Pellissier, Minister of Public Security and Justice of Haiti. Vous avez la parole.
Merci.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for your interest concerning Haiti. I listened with great attention and interest everyone's interventions. I think they all converged and they all expressed a desire to find a solution to the Haitian crisis. I think that they were mostly comments in their nature. They were very well articulated and legitimate comments. I think there is only one question that I've heard amongst these comments. The question is on the constitutional reform. This question was asked by the observer for Italy. Before I answer this question, I wanted to seize the opportunity to thank you for your solidarity. Thank you for your diplomatic efforts. I think that Haiti needs this wide solidarity, but we also need this solidarity to be translated into concrete actions. Because the situation is such that we need a stronger presence. We need more boots on the ground. We need more technical means. And we also need more material support. Haiti is part of Latin America, and Haiti shares with all of the countries represented here today a common history. Almost all of us have experienced colonization at some point in our history. Many Latin American countries went through a period of dictatorship, particularly in the 60s. And in the early 80s, we went through this type of government. And things then started to change with a new future marked by the respect of human rights, with the emergence of instruments that aim at assuring a society based on justice and freedom. And of course, these instruments come directly from the Organization of American States. Haiti, as an OAS member, has already ratified many conventions. We have a shared destiny, and in some way, Haiti participated in the construction of the history of some of the countries on this continent, particularly Venezuela. And today, we are at a crossroad. It is a sad situation, but we do need support. We've already received tangible support. We have developed a cooperation with Colombia. I was in Colombia just last year, and a member of my staff went to Colombia recently too. France has also helped us with equipment. Brazil and Argentina have played and are still playing an important role. They have supported us. They continue to do so. And we keep asking for more support because the problem that we have in front of us today is huge. I would like to respond to the question from the representative for Haiti about, Italy on constitutional reform. This reform will be adopted by referendum, and this will be the third time that Haiti adopts a constitution by referendum. The first time was in 1918, then we had one in 1987, and then the third time will be this year in 2025. This is a way to ensure the participation of the population and the legitimacy of this process so that everyone can see themselves reflected in this constitution. This constitution will have at its core the goal of establishing the rules for our democracy and ensuring the participation of the society. The draft constitution will be submitted today by the steering committee to the chair of the Presidential Council. Once this is done, the text will be reviewed by our local structures, by the regional structures, by the citizens group, by the human rights organization, and by the bar associations, as well as other organized groups throughout our national territory. During the next Council of Ministers, a decree will be adopted on the constitutional referendum. I hope this answers your question, Mr. the representative of Italy. And so I reiterate that the referendum will be carried out by the summer 2025. Thank you for your question.
Mr. Pellissier, for your kind response. I'm now pleased to offer the floor to Mr. Jean-Michel Moïse, the Minister of Defense of Haiti, for his response.
Thank you, Chair. I want to thank all the member states and the observers for their remarks and commitment and for the understanding of the situation in Haiti. And I want to offer a special thank to the Dominican representative and the Dominican government as a border neighbor for making enormous effort recently in intercepting illegal weapons and ammunition. Criminals were trying to cross the border to arm the gangs. We really appreciate that. And I want to tell the ambassador from the Dominican Republic that we in Haiti want to have a peaceful existence with them. And we do think that they want the same thing. And the crisis we face right now in Haiti is a very difficult one. I personally, and in the name of the government of Haiti and the people of Haiti, would like for the Dominican government and the law enforcement entities there to continue in the effort to prevent illegal weapons, very dangerous weapons, to enter the territory as they have been doing recently. I want also to thank France for the continued effort to help us train a very small military. And in training them, they have so far trained soldiers for us in the Caribbean territory in Martinique, and they promise to continue to do so. We appreciate that very heartfully. And Kenya, we thank Kenya for all the effort and for committing their citizens, the police officers, and we gratefully they have lost some members of the police force they sent there to help us reclaim territories. And we really appreciate their support and the sacrifice they have made with their lives to help us protect our people and our territory. And the Haitian government is committed to work tirelessly to restore security. It is very challenging, very difficult, and we want to stabilize the country. We firmly believe that with the support of the international community, member states, observers, as you have all spoken very clearly, you have shown how concerned you all are about the very difficult situation we face in Haiti. And I believe that with your support, we will overcome this situation. And we can advance toward a more prosperous future for Haiti. And to do so, I believe that even the challenges are very difficult, very steep. We can resolve the crisis by strengthening our military, arm them, train them, build infrastructure. And without your support, we certainly can do that. We count on you to overcome these challenges. As you guys know, in 1994, the Haitian military have been disbanded, and we have recently started to rebuild the forces. In the midst of this chaos, it's very difficult because we have lost all the bases, the military bases we have had, the equipment we had, the technologies we have. So we just now beginning to rebuild the military. And we face the gangs which already have enormous firepower, a lot of recruited illegal soldiers, and one of the challenges we have faced is that we were still unable to acquire weapons, which the gangs had no problem acquiring through illegal trades, guns and narcotics. We have faced this problem, particularly from Colombia, with the drug traffickers using our unmanned coastlines, and the southern coast particularly. And we would really much like as promised by the Colombian government, to make more effort to prevent the entry of those narcotics, guns, and the trade. Haiti's military is very, I admit, very weak, very embryonic right now. So without your guys' support, it is a very difficult situation to really resolve. In terms of the elections, for us to hold elections, we need to provide security first. And that is where you guys count. We need your support very much, because it's been about almost 9 years, if not almost 10 years, since we held the last elections in 2015. It's a very terrible situation for a country to not have held elections for that long. And we are taken in a very terrible situation of provisional government we want to get out of. So we are very committed in organizing elections, but we have to do so only if we can resolve the security challenges. And I know with all the commitment I have heard, the heartfelt sympathies that you have shared, and I know you guys understand the situation that we're living in Haiti. Right now it's a matter of survival for us. It's an existential threat that we face in Haiti, and we really need you guys to really come to assist us in resolving this security crisis, and so we can organize election to transfer legitimate power to an elected government by the end of this year. I count on you guys, and I can hear the sincerity in your guys' statements, and we're looking forward really to your further assistance. And I want to thank all the member states, the governments that have already provided their support. Like I mentioned, Mexico is training soldiers for us, new recruits. We would like to see other members do the same as well, because we don't have the infrastructure, the basic military training facilities to do that. We're in the process of building some, but it's going to take time. And the only way, one of the only way to really resolve the security situation in Haiti is by strengthening our military and the police, and particularly the military right now. So we're looking forward to your further assistance and commitment to resolving this crisis. Thank you so much, guys. I appreciate your commitment. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Moise. Ladies and gentlemen, I see no more requests for the floor. I therefore thank the distinguished delegations for their engagement and active participation in this dialogue. I also thank sincerely the members of our distinguished panel. Our dialogue is concluded. I now invite our esteemed colleague, Ambassador Myrta Desulme, Permanent Representative of Haiti to the OAS, to offer her closing remarks. Ambassador, you have the floor.
Merci, Madame. Thank you, Madam. Excellence, Councillor President, Mr. Minister of Justice, Minister of Defense, Mr. Chair of the Permanent Council, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, permanent representatives, ladies and gentlemen, observer countries, distinguished guests. First of all, let me thank President Smith-Augustin and Secretary General Luis Almagro, who took the initiative of organizing this symposium regarding the security situation in Haiti and the urgency to act. I'd like also to thank all the panelists for their excellent presentations, and the Haitian authorities, Minister of Justice and Public Security, Mr. Patrick Pellissier, and the Minister of Defense, Mr. Jean-Michel Moise, who came together with the Councillor Augustin to share with us and understand the urgency of the crisis. I'd like to thank all the representatives of member countries and observer countries who were at our side and mentioned and expressed their solidarity in view of the deep humanitarian crisis. I also thank all the participants. This symposium had as a main objective to address the deep security crisis in Haiti and find together urgent solutions. We took stock of the situation, and I'm not going to come back on what was said this morning, but we have to insist on the fact that the moment is serious, very serious. Armed gangs are executing their plan of systematic destruction of the Haitian social fabric. They burn schools, ransom small trades, small shops. They attack the police. They enter churches and cemeteries. They open the doors to the prisons and free the prisoners. Those armed groups which reign in Haiti control up to 80% of the metropolitan area of Port-au-Prince. If we don't do anything, the Haitian capital at any time will fall. The time is very serious because young girls are victims of abject sexual crimes. Boys who should go to school become children soldiers. The time is serious, but crimes have become normalized in my country like never before. At the beginning of 2025, 1,600 people were killed and over 5,600 civilians were massacred last year. This is not a figure coming from a country at war, but it's massacres, serial massacres that the population is living. The humanitarian assistance is a real catastrophe. 1 million people have been displaced and they live on the street in camps without any potable, drinkable water, and even in cemeteries. They don't have the basic sanitation condition. They're victims of malnutrition, tuberculosis, and cholera. Citizens, when they're able to move around, find cadavers on the street. Facing such a human disaster, it is urgent to act. In spite of the efforts by the Haitian authorities and the answers we've given until now, they're not up to par of what should be done. This is why we have an obligation to define a strategy adapted to the situation and increase the means and the resources in order to find mechanisms to address urgently this unprecedented crisis. From independence destruction to destruction of the agricultural sector, a rise in unemployment, weapons invading our countries. Some countries have a responsibility in this situation, and they have a duty to repair what has been done, but not with the same solution that failed previously. We have to adopt Haitian solutions and a policy based on the conviction nothing for Haiti without Haiti. We have to give ourselves the means to fight the transnational criminal groups, and we need a serious commitment of all the partners in order to improve the security situation and deploy the forces which are necessary to neutralize the gangs. We also need an increase in the budget allocated to the armed forces and the police, increasing the personnel and the logistical resources at their disposal. We have to recognize that the public forces in Haiti were not prepared to face this kind of challenge and the terror by the gangs. In order for us to stop being the victim of transnational criminal groups, we have to define a security and defense doctrine. Above the support for the short term, we have to remain open to all options, and that's why we welcome the situation, the decision of the U.S. administration to designate the gangs as terrorist groups, and we'd like to request from the U.S. to strengthen its cooperation in security matters with Haiti. We launch an appeal in order to create good intelligence services and to ensure the sustainability of the results. We'll have to recruit and train 20,000 soldiers and establish a plan, specialized plan in this operation. I'd like to thank you all for your participation. The Secretary General Luis Almagro, we take leave of him, but he showed the solidarity with Haiti before he leaves as Secretary General of the OAS, and I'd like to thank him sincerely. I'd like also to thank the Secretariat for the outstanding work during his term and to have cooperated with Haiti in order to organize this symposium. I'd like to thank the President of Permanent Council, Ambassador Belli, who accepted to chair the this session with his usual talent. And I'd like also to thank the one who has replaced me. I welcome the new Secretary General Albert Randim, and a dialogue on the situation in my country is going to continue, I'm sure. And we should program another symposium with the new Secretary General in June. And we are convinced that together we are going to reestablish security, order, prosperity, peace, and democracy in Haiti. Thank you.
Ambassador, for your important message. Ladies and gentlemen, we have now concluded all of the items on our agenda. I thank you all for your participation, and I wish you a wonderful afternoon.